You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
47 degrees right now. Going to get up into the low 60s. Excuse me, I got the hiccups. Damn it. I have the hiccups all morning. We literally go on the air and I get the hiccups.
You ate too fast. Eat your little breakfast there.
I haven't eaten my little breakfast for 45 minutes. And by the way, if you want to talk about little breakfasts with your bag of cherry tomatoes, that's a little boy breakfast. Itty bitty boy breakfast. A little bit of rain midday, cloudy the rest of the day, but it should be this weekend at least dry, although it will be in the low 50s all weekend.
Not bad.
That being said, did you see that story yesterday? National 911 outage?
Yeah, but only in certain states, right?
You got it. New York was not affected. The outage is reported in Nebraska, Nevada, South Dakota, and Texas. They were out for hours.
Yeah.
And did I see that they believe it was a light pole?
Yeah, they were working on something.
Yes.
Oh, that affected all those places.
A single light pole. One group of workers made a mistake.
Uh-oh.
They cut the fiber line for this 911. But these guys that are just like doing their job, right?
Yeah.
Everyday guys, made such a big mistake. They knocked out 911 to multiple states. Yeah. So, by the way, this is also on the heels of that AT&T outage back in February that they're still investigating, that people are convinced was the Russians or the Chinese or the North Koreans or the Cubans. I don't know why the Cubans would do it.
Pick an evil state.
You got it. But, I think that Kimmy and I have always lived in a world where 911 existed.
Yeah.
You did not.
Right.
Do you remember when 911 became a thing?
Maybe when push-button phones became a thing? I don't know.
Okay.
Because old rotaries, I don't know. Tell you the truth. Because I was a little kid. I wouldn't care.
Rotaries,
because the old.
Well, would they connect you to something?
I think it would call the operator and say,
Yeah.
that's what it was. I think you dialed the operator and you said, I have an emergency.
Okay.
And then they connected you to the cops.
So, all right, because when we were in school, Kimmy, they would have 911 training. They would teach you how to use 911.
They taught you basic emergency responses.
They didn't have that for you when you were a kid?
No. People didn't really care about their kids back in the day.
No, but
they just figured, you're going to lose a few somewhere along the line.
No, they were teaching us how to use 911 in case our parents got hurt. I wouldn't be calling 911 if I was hurt. I'm hurt.
Right.
I thought it was always it was pretty selfish of your parents to teach us how to use 911 in case you guys choked on something.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I mean? All right, so with all that said, there were people in these states yesterday that needed emergency services.
Sure, what happened?
And they don't have 911. So there are one of two things you would have to do. Either dial directly the police department, the fire department, or the ambulance service.
I have none of those numbers.
Nor do I.
If I just hit the operator, what do I get now? Because I never talked to an operator.
I don't think is there an operator? Can you call the operator?
I don't know.
What? There is no operator.
But you should just hit
sitting
zero.
there plugging in your
Is
cell
there
phone
an information, you know what I mean?
Because you just hit
an
the
information
zero
line?
and you got the operator.
Still?
No, that's the way it used to be. I don't know anymore. So if I ain't got no 911, my old ass is going to go, oh, yeah, just call the operator. They'll connect me.
It might still be a service.
Emergency.
It might still be a service, although it's been.
That's one lonely-ass woman.
Why is it a woman? It's probably a Middle Eastern man.
Oh, okay. It used to only be women.
Yeah, why is that?
Because those are the jobs that they could get back then.
Okay. All right. So there are towns that give away magnets that will give you the direct numbers to the police department and fire department.
I never put them things up.
Do you have any magnets in your fridge?
No.
Are you anti-magnet?
I don't think I used to have crap in my. You saw my old house.
Yeah, you're right.
I had all that joke stuff, but all the stuff I had was dirty joke stuff.
He had a picture.
That's what you want to look at when you go for a snack.
Yes.
He had a picture of himself.
Yeah.
He cut out his head and glued it over someone else's body.
You did that yourself?
Shaking the hand of the Pope.
Yes.
And he hung it on his fridge.
You're so silly.
He hung it on his fridge, but he lived alone with empty rooms. It's the saddest, stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
I would think if I went to your house and you weren't there, I'd be walking through a serial killer's house.
Kimmy, without
Is
question.
this man okay?
Without question. All right, so is there an operator still if you dial 0?
So it sounds like the last form of an operator ended in January of 2023. AT&T still had some sort of service.
She died?
But
it would be funny if they let her work until she died.
Yeah, it says operator and
Who called
directory
her?
assistance ended January 1st, 2023 for AT&T.
Okay.
And that seems like the last of it.
Because they wiped out 411 too. Like you can't even dial 411.
And that's what
to
it
get a
says.
number.
If you dial 000-411 or give us a couple other numbers, that's no longer.
So
a
it's
thing.
411.
411 was to get a phone number for anyone. Remember, it cost like $1. You could look it up in the phone book for free. Or you could
Okay.
dial 411. And my
Information,
Dad, yes,
maybe, yeah.
my old man would flip the F
Because
out.
they charge you.
Yeah, it was $1, right?
Yeah.
But I didn't feel like opening the white
Yeah,
pages.
I don't blame you, man.
I can barely read, man. 411, hello. All right, so either you have to know the direct line to the fire department, police department, ambulance service, which we
And
don't.
no.
Okay. Or someone in your phone has to be able to help you with whatever emergency you are dealing with.
Who would that be?
Well, that's the question. Does everybody in their phone have someone who could help them in a medical emergency?
Well, the first thing I would call would be my wife.
Okay, she's not a doctor.
Right.
But do you know, like, a nurse or somebody in the medical field that could connect you to somebody
No.
you need?
You
I have
do.
my doctor that I go see. Who else would that be?
You know Kimmy, whose husband's a firefighter EMT.
No, there you
But I'm
go.
not gonna bother him, and
You're
I don't have
dying!
his. By the way, I don't have his number. I got Kimmy's
You
number.
Well, you would call me, and then I
would have to call
him.
Kimmy.
It'd be a couple
Kimmy-
connections. in
Kimmy
between.
would have to call her husband. If he's not up in a ladder doing some like dangerous crap,
Sure.
he'd have to go, hey, yeah. But I'm not even in his jurisdiction to come help him.
Jurisdiction?
but if he-
Right,
He's out of
he's-
here. You're out of your jurisdiction.
He's a city firefighter.
Yeah, but if he can't help you, maybe he could call somebody to help you.
Or
I don't
talk
know.
you through what you were
Yeah,
dealing
that- or
with.
that-
that would
too.
not even cross my mind.
I love how you're just going to die instead of taking
Well,
one
nobody around. Better go.
time to die.
Because by the time even that chain of command we'd have to go through would probably take 40 minutes. If I'm having a heart attack, I'm already brain dead.
No, there are. Okay, first of all, didn't take the heart attack. Second of all, no, I mean, there are guys that'll have heart attacks for 30, 40, 50 minutes. Like John Mellon.
Not many of them.
John Mellencamp smoked through his heart attack not knowing he was having a heart attack.
That's because he's super cool.
Ain't that America?
Like the only guys that could do that are like him and Lenny Kravitz.
Quick sidebar.
But
I'm sorry. Did you see the video of 60-year-old Lenny Kravitz working out at a gym in leather pants and a mesh tank top?
No.
that sounds on brand for Lenny Kravitz.
You don't have a pair
Did
of
he
gym
also
shorts?
have a scarf on?
He did not have a scarf.
right.
But like you don't have a pair of gym shorts. You have to wear the leather pants to the gym.
But the guy does look amazing for his age.
Calm
Well,
down.
it's
Over
'cause
there.
he's
looks
sweating
like-
it all out in those leather pants.
He looks like a 19-year-old kid.
You all right over there?
I'm just saying, he's pretty jacked.
Going back to the thing. I mean, Kimmy,
Yeah.
if it's your life potentially, you're going to find someone in your phone.
I
that
Yeah,
would
you
but
think
you
think-
is-
I
also
would just think-
panic. Like I had a medical thing yesterday that you caused me to panic over
What?
yesterday.
What?
Because I had to go get my blood work done at one of them blood joints, right? And I said, I'm going to that one over here. And you
Yeah.
go, bro, watch out. I was there for 2 hours,
Yeah,
right?
it was, yeah.
So I pull in real quick, and I'm going, all right, I don't want to get stuck here for 2 hours like Pat. So I jump out of my car, go inside. Oh, I got to like scan this code. I'm like, I forgot my reading glasses. I'm inside. I am rushing to get in. I run in there. There's nobody there.
I was
All
just
right,
trying
well,
to help
just-
you out, man.
But
Aren't
I
you
was-
happy you rushed?
But I was panicked for blood work. I can't imagine if this was an actual emergency and I was stumbling all over the
Yeah.
place. I dropped my keys. I couldn't find my reading glasses.
Wait, just putting
Yeah.
your name in a
Yeah,
computer?
because I didn't want to get stuck there for 2 hours. There was nobody there. I go, let me get in real quick and get my blood work done.
Too
So
bad.
I can't imagine if I'm having a heart attack in my yard.
Well, maybe you're not. Maybe it's more be prepared to get the phone call from somebody, and then you call, an expert. Maybe it's not always the person suffering from the emergency that's calling.
Well, no, but even if you're overestimated, because you always go with the worst case scenario. Again,
That's why I need these people.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Yesterday, 911 went down across multiple states in the South and Midwest after some workers working on a light pole accidentally
Clipped a line,
Yes, that apparently was the 911 connection for everybody. New York wasn't affected, thank God. But if you don't have 911, you either have to know the number of the police fire department directly, which nobody does,
Yeah.
or call someone in your phone that knows how to help you. Yes, having a heart attack, although you still would be able to make that call. My dad, while having a heart attack, drove himself to a hospital and didn't die until he drove into the actual
But
hospital.
he's like hero guy.
He's not.
He's a professionally trained emergency guy.
Hey, bro.
That did the wrong thing.
Yes, the worst thing he could have
Yeah.
done. But no, like,
Got lucky.
It's not like your heart knows you're a cop.
Yeah.
I gotta keep it. He was training. Come on, keep going, cop heart. No, what I'm saying is something as simple as like gashing your leg wide open. You would be conscious. You would be lucid.
Yeah.
You would be panicked. You would be in pain. But this is something you have to take care of right now.
Yeah,
and if
that's
I
true,
can't
that's
dial
true.
911, I need to have someone in medical that can walk me through what I need to do here, at least in the immediate circumstance.
And by the way, like, I would be pissed if I'm Kimmy's husband as a firefighter. Because, like, okay, so, like, he probably has this with a lot of people that you know. Like, he would be the guy they would call you to get to him.
Possibly, yeah,
right?
yeah.
And I'm not family. I'm not.
No,
I'm
but
not,
I would
I'm not an
happily
in-law.
help you in an emergency.
I understand that, but like if I was a
It's
firefighter.
not like he's getting emergency phone calls all the time.
No, but if I'm up on the ladder, I'm firefighting your husband. I go, look at this little prick.
You think
look
he's
at
picking
this
up
guy.
his-
He makes fun of my wife all day, calls her flat. No, I got to run over there and give this jerk mouth to mouth. I don't think so. Beep. I'm taking you out.
I would think the chance at mouth-to-mouth with her husband would make you call even in a non-emergency. Oh, I'm not feeling well again.
Oh, there'd be a line of sick guys.
Why don't you come on over? I got on my leather pants scarf and mesh tank top. Get a workout in.
Oh, Officer Kravitz?
No, I'm calling. I don't care. I mean, I'm fortunate where my wife is a doctor, so I don't have to make that call.
but she's got to know a million people.
yeah.
No, she would be able to help me.
No, but I mean, but she's a skin doctor. I mean, she doesn't
Right,
deal
but
with
I'm
like
sure she
heart
knows, like, some
attacks.
She
basic
went
stuff.
to medical school.
Yeah.
You have to study all that stuff before you pick your specialty.
Yeah, but she did it like a long time ago.
Yes, I'm saying in an emergency, I'm going to trust my wife that she
All
knows
right.
what to do.
I didn't know like I could call like my dermatologist if I'm having a heart attack.
well,
'Cause I
yeah,
was thinking, well, this is really not our issue here. You'll have to call your primary.
If you could schedule an appointment, we don't have any openings for another 6 to 8 months right now.
She is booked.
Well, I mean, she's a very popular woman.
Yeah.
Probably has something to do with her superstar husband. No, I mean, like, the good thing about living in the greater Rochester area is 1 in 3 people in this place work in medical.
Yeah.
So almost everybody would have someone in their phone that works as a nurse, an NP.
At a hospital in some way,
yes,
shape, or form.
that
Can I
might be-
call?
Yeah.
Can I call urgent care? Can you call them? Like, 'cause they're all over the place.
You know the number for urgent care off the top of your head?
No.
So
no.
you're afraid to lift up your phone and click someone who's in your contacts, but you're going to Google the number for urgent care. Why
Well, they
wouldn't
are
you just?
urgent care.
Why wouldn't
this
you
is
just-
urgent heart care?
Why wouldn't you Google the number for the fire department then, you idiot?
Because I would think like they're medical. They come right over. Maybe.
The fire department?
No, the urgent care people.
Every firefighter's an EMT.
They are.
Yes.
Huh?
And they also have the ambulance people they can call on the way too.
All right. So, but like my area is like volunteer people.
Yeah. Same.
So
oh
that
my
they got to
God.
like punch
But they're
out from
still
their job,
EMTs.
come over.
You're so stupid that you would call urgent care that doesn't pick you up instead of
They'll
going.
send somebody to pick you up.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Right.
You're a grown man. You're a grown man.
Yeah, but this never happens. So it's never on the top of my mind. I don't walk around all day thinking I'm gonna get a big gash in my leg.
No, I understand. I would just think, like, in an emergency.
Yeah, like what would come to your mind first, or who would come to your mind first?
Kimmy, self-preservation is like it's the biggest driving force is for you as a human, and you're like, well, maybe if I call the mall, they can give me the number for the urgent care that's connected. Also, can you put me through to Auntie Anne's Pretzels? Can I get a box of the nuggets?
That would be nice.
We got a dynamite call somebody kind of breakup for you this morning here on CMF. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, we'll get a little creepy.
Yep, Creep kept coming at you just after 7 o'clock, and watching your kids grow up is hard.
Yeah.
Well, because you start
Go
to
so fast.
Exactly. You start to realize how fast time moves. You also have to figure out where you start to give them certain parts of independence.
Oh yeah, let them grow up, spread their wings. A
Yeah.
little bit.
And Tommy, I think every parent believes they're going to do this the right way until it happens. Because, I love my wife. I love my wife. But my oldest has been on a trip all week.
Yeah.
And it's the first time she's been away from us in like this way. And my wife is not handling it well.
Yeah.
To the point where there's been a couple of times where I feel like I should stand up and be like, hey, listen. You got quiet all of a sudden.
That always works.
Okay, but look, I'm also a parent, and like
Yeah, but you're like parent B. She's parent A.
if she's acting this way for this little thing,
Right.
as time moves forward, it's going to get worse.
Oh, yeah.
and we have to let our daughter be independent or she's going to be a weirdo.
But you can't, but it's a delicate dance.
Well, I understand it's a delicate dance, but I don't want my kid to be a weirdo because my wife doesn't know when to let go.
And this is the time to maybe practice that.
Bingo.
Yeah.
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
The NFL season never ends.
Doesn't seem.
Ever. Because we just got through with free agency at the big Stephon Diggs trade, and 6 days away. We are 6 days away from the NFL draft. What is unique about the NFL draft this year is if you want to experience it in person and you can hear our voices, you can.
Where is it this year?
It's in Detroit.
Oh.
And
Okay.
for all of the things that the NFL does really, really well, Kimmy, you would think that being in person for an NFL draft,
It looks like a lot of fun.
It's a party.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Don't
Yeah.
they have like concerts and everything going on?
Yeah.
It's like a bash.
we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You can go see Aerosmith soon.
Yeah.
And it's all thanks to our good friend who's going to be in here after the show, Jolene.
Jolene, don't take my Aerosmith away.
She'll be in after 10 here till 3. She's got your Aerosmith code word of the day. She's going to give it to you. You're going to go to WCMF.com with it. Enter that code word for your chance to get a pair of tickets to see Aerosmith with the Black Crowes February 26, 2025 at Key Bank Center. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. This is the last scheduled show as a band that Aerosmith has right now. So check out Jolene today after 10 with your friends here in the break room on CMF. In less than a week away, there will be gentlemen waking up millionaires.
Wow.
That's right. And Bills fans will be all over social media reading every kind of article they can find to see if the pick that the Bills made will be a difference maker. And it turns out you can be a part of it if you can hear our voices.
How?
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. The NFL draft is Thursday night. And the NFL draft is in Detroit. The NFL has made everything they do a money-making enterprise. I mean, Tommy, it was just 25 years ago that the draft was held at 2 o'clock on a Saturday. And only the biggest sports nerds, like 13-year-old me, were sitting on their couch watching it on ESPN.
Yeah, it was more like the business end of the sport, so who cares?
Yeah, Tommy, 40 years ago, this was held at a Marriott in New York City on a Tuesday morning via phone. Now, there are going to be 100,000 people outside in Detroit with a massive stage, live music, parties all weekend. And NFL fans from all over the country are going to pay to travel and stay in Detroit just to hear guys' names read out loud. Are either of you interested in going?
Am I interested in going?
Yeah.
To Detroit?
Yeah.
In crappy-ass spring?
Might be nice.
It's not.
Well, you know.
And no.
No interest at all?
No.
To go to the NFL draft?
No.
I do think like the draft parties have been getting bigger and bigger and bigger every time it goes to a new city because I think they want to outdo like the last one.
Yep.
So eventually I would like to make my way to one of these things.
This is a close one.
Yeah, This might be the easiest one to attend.
Hey, who's the music on this one? 'Cause they always have, it's like a concert.
Yeah, it's like a week-long event.
You want to
Kid Rock, Bob Seger.
I don't think they're going near Kid Rock this year.
Why?
Wait, what do you mean, why?
What do you do now?
Oh, what Kid Rock do? He opened his mouth again. So 6-hour drive to Detroit from here. That's an easy trip.
Yeah, it is.
And it would also be one of the few premier NFL events that would be affordable to attend because it's free.
So you just walk up and hang out.
I think you have to like register for a free ticket to get in, but it's a free event.
And you said it's all outside?
It's all outside. They set up a stage outside. They have like a shell over like the VIP area, and then there's like a wider like lawn seat where most NFL fans are hanging out. Right? Like
if you're a single guy, why wouldn't you go?
Why would you not take your family to something like this? I would love to
take a
take
lot of jerks. This sounds like
I think this is a
free
good family
brings out
thing.
the jerks. You know I'm right.
Bro, but it's not an event where people are going to get like upset. It's all everybody's in first place. Everybody thinks their draft pick is going to be a Hall of Famer. Like this is one of the few sporting events where you go to where there's not going to be any tension. Everybody is happy to be there.
I thought everybody's pissed off that they don't get the right pick.
Well, the Jets are going to boo their pick, as will the Eagles, as they do every year. But it's not like the Super Bowl where you're spending $6,000 for the worst seat in the house.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to go.
I'm surprised you haven't gone.
Yeah, I know.
All them busted ass trips you took.
What the hell's that? What are you talking about?
You've taken a lot of busted ass single guy trips.
What's a busted ass trip?
I mean, they're fun, but they're busted ass. Like you wouldn't take a girl on a lot of your busted ass trips.
That's not true.
Like you and your brother going for crab legs and for the baseball World Games is not something a woman would want to go to.
I took my brother and my
Y'all
brother-in-law.
got sick. You got sick on hairy crab legs and world competition baseball.
It did happen, but it was with my brother.
You know what the grand prize was? A trip to Cuba.
It's true.
One
Actually,
way.
No, that wasn't that was a prize they gave away during the game. No, bro, I took my brother-in-law and I went to Toronto for a Blue Jays game. A month later, I took my wife and kids on the same trip.
Yeah, but you had to do wife stuff, which I understand.
Well, we could do wife stuff in Detroit after the draft is
Does
over.
Detroit have wife stuff? I don't know.
I took my wife and kids to the Bills game in Detroit. We did wife stuff.
All right.
And I'd imagine an event like this has something for everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, you see kids in the crowd, like they'll pan to families and
they
stuff
got
during
Kid
the
Rock. I forgot.
during-
Right, for the kids.
The NFL knows what they're doing. In fact, the NFL says that one half of their fan base now is female.
Ladies.
50-50. So you think they're going to leave the ladies out? They're not. It's LL Cool NFL, not LL Leave Them Out NFL. Kimmy, who are the concerts this year?
So Big Sean
Big
is headlining the first night of the event, and then Bozzy will be there the nights
Don't
2
know
and
that
3.
one.
I'm not sure that one.
Oh, wait, no, I know Bozzy.
Okay.
I think my wife likes Bozzy.
Okay.
if I'm thinking of the same Buzzy.
Is it like R&B
as
or
well
rap?
as the Detroit Youth Choir.
Why would you ask if it's R&B or rap?
Because anytime I see a Z in a name, I got to figure.
I think it's more R&B.
That hot new hip hop track from Warren Zevon.
He's dead. All right, so you got
Bozzy.
Bowser.
But yes, you are the oldest man ever. Like, not only do you not know, because I'm also not sure if it is, but you go with Sha Na Na. 252 WCMF 252-9263. The NFL draft is in Detroit. It's a 6-hour trip. It's going to be Thursday night through Saturday night.
Yeah.
It's free. If you want to go and witness NFL
Just
history,
hang.
yeah, you can go be there. Would you judge someone, Tommy, who was going to spend money to go to the draft this week?
No, guys want to go have some fun for free. Yeah. What?
I wonder if, to your point,
What are you making a face for?
Because I don't believe you.
What?
I feel like you're trying to be cool guy.
No, if you're a young guy and you want to go have some fun, go have some
All right, so let's say our buddy that we were just talking about yesterday, he's engaged, right? He's what, in his 50s?
Yeah.
He's going to go to the NFL draft.
Yeah, he would go to the NFL. He's that
see,
guy
the
that
way
would
you're
go.
saying it, I knew it.
He's that one that would go.
I knew
They
it.
take like 1,000 pictures like a 14-year-old of every meal he had.
you bring up being engaged. I wonder if this becomes like a big bachelor party
Oh,
event.
Ooh.
that would be a good one.
I mean, it's kind of it's setting up guys for a weekend of, sports, bars, it's just a big party.
I bet you the Tigers are in town, too. Like, you're going to time that
Yeah,
out the right way.
yeah.
All right.
Right? So, I mean,
That'd be a hell of a run.
yeah.
It's always in a place where there's a bunch of stuff going on.
Yeah.
They got good booby bars?
I've never been to a strip club in Detroit.
I haven't either. I don't know. I mean, some towns are known for it. Yeah. I've never heard anybody bragging about Detroit boobies.
Detroit boobies! So, you would judge a grown man that wanted to go to the draft.
Yeah, you're getting a little long in the tooth to be going jackassing around.
All right, but you don't judge people who travel to come to Bill's training camp.
But that's a little bit more subdued and cool.
I would make the argument traveling from out of town to see training camp is more sad than traveling to see the draft, because the training camp,
Well, you should watch them play a little bit.
not really. It's just, they're just in
watching some
shorts.
drills.
I know.
You're just there to see them.
They're doing jumping jacks.
Yeah, like in this case with the NFL draft, this is the start of careers. They pour tens of millions of dollars into the presentation. The event is going to be on 3 separate networks at the same time on Thursday night.
So my one question is, if there's going to be a crush of people and it's free, how close am I ever going to get to seeing what's actually happening, not on like a jumbotron in the parking lot?
It's a good question. You probably won't be close, but
Yeah.
I also assume with the other events the NFL puts on, for example, like with the Super Bowl. I was in New York City when the Super Bowl was happening down there.
Yeah.
They have what they call the NFL experience, like further away from everything. So I'm guessing the NFL will be setting up stuff to keep people entertained.
Right.
They know what they're doing.
But I mean, I
Because I
want to see
remember-
my pick, you know what I mean?
Okay.
I remember when it was I think it was Nashville. And
they shut the whole city down.
They had like multiple areas where stuff was going on. Like they had one spot for like the concerts. They had one spot for the big stage where all the drafts were picks were being announced. And then I mean, it was just they do a good job of like spacing it out so there's always something going on near you.
I mean, I want to see Bozzy.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
the Boz.
And him and that Warren Zevon collaboration.
Yeah.
For a Bills fan, the only thing you're risking taking this trip to Detroit next week for the NFL draft is you could go and the Bills may not even make a pick.
Yeah.
Wait, not even
Well,
pick?
maybe
How's
in the
that?
later rounds, but
I thought
that's
they
not
needed
the
a wide.
exciting.
They got to find a Stephon Diggs guy.
I'm going to talk to Kimmy now.
Stephon Diggs guy.
I said that with you.
No, I mean when they have that late
Let me
of a
talk to a
pick,
man in a room.
Yeah. Yes.
it could go one way or the other. They could like trade up and make a super exciting pick, or you might not see it for a few days.
Yeah, they could trade out.
That would blow.
Yeah.
They could also trade that pick for an actual player, and they
Yeah.
don't make any pick on
Right.
Thursday night. Like, you're right. Like, I mean, you can travel all the way to
guarantee.
Detroit, wait until the 28th pick, and then when they're on the clock, they move back into the second
Yeah.
round, and they don't make a pick till the next
But
day.
are you really? I mean, you're really there for the
party?
experience, anyways, right?
If
I mean,
if I
Little
traveled,
buzz.
you want to see the pick.
Yes, if I'm going as a Bills fan, I want to see
Yeah.
that guy walk out for the first time and hold up the jersey. Be
All
like,
right.
"Ah, Hall of Fame."
It'd be some fun.
Yeah, I just, there's no guarantee. Like, I mean, you go when your team is picking in the top 10. Like, that's got to be the most ideal time because you're
Yeah.
not trading out of the first round from one of those spots.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if I'm a Bears fan, I want to go to Detroit to watch
And that's a
this.
quick drive for them.
Yeah, exactly. So, if you are not planning on traveling to Detroit,
Mm-hmm.
you can hang out with a super cool guy for the draft on Thursday night.
What?
I'm not having people over my house.
No, I said super cool. Hey, well, you got to get the digs. Got to get the new
But
digs.
I don't think the bee's doing anything.
I'm going to be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi for the NFL Draft Thursday night. That's right. We will have all the details for you next week.
Okay.
Here in the break room on CMF. You can pick your friends. You can't pick your family.
Okay.
Although it seems like this person picked the wrong friend. And with these accusations, if it wasn't for a total coincidence, he wouldn't even know what his friend is accused of doing to him. And we'll tell you
doing to him?
Not physically.
All right.
We'll explain everything next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The last person you'd expect to ever rip you off.
Yeah.
And the last thing you'd expect them to steal from you.
Oh.
The weirdest part of the story?
Yeah.
If it wasn't for this totally by chance moment inside his friend's home, the victim may never have known what was going on.
Oh, so this guy would have gotten away with it.
Well, wouldn't have gotten away with it, but he may have gotten away with it, but this person would have been on the hook for a massive amount of money.
Damn.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Friday. You know what that means?
I think it's time to get a little creepy.
Yep, all the disgusting stuff Tommy said all week long. We had a creep cap coming at you, and letting go of your kids, granting them a little independence as they grow up.
Yeah.
It's harder than you think.
Oh, sure.
Some parents deal with it better than others. Like, for example, there are mothers and fathers who are raising the same child that could deal with it better than the other. Like what's happening in my house right now.
Oh.
Look, man, I know the smart thing to do is to keep my mouth shut.
Yep.
For my own personal reasons. But you don't want your kid to grow up and be a weirdo because your partner can't let him go.
Yeah, but you're not going to fix that.
You don't know that.
I know that.
Oh,
People don't change, bro.
We'll get in. Oh, you don't change? So you're still the same scumbag today as you were in your 20s?
Yes, but I learned how to
harness your scumbag.
corral my scum.
We'll get into it. Just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Ontario County.
What happened?
A man has been arrested for identity theft after police say he opened an RG&E account in someone else's name.
Well, he's getting free gas. And your ass paid.
That's right. But it's whose identity he chose to steal, according to police. According to NBC, he took the identity of a good friend of his.
And they point that out in the story.
Yes.
Oh, God.
So according to authorities, he ran up an electric bill in his own name to the point where he could not afford it. So they shut off his service. He then used his friend's name, date of birth, and social security number to start a new account where he was living in his home. That bill was run up to $2,400, according to police. And this guy's friend had no idea what was happening. In fact, his friend may never have known this happened until he checked his credit card when the service got shut off. And he wouldn't have known who did it if it weren't for this strange moment in the story. You ready?
Right.
Authorities say the victim was visiting this man.
Yeah. Wait, he's hanging out in his own gas.
Yes, in his own place, having no idea. And while at his friend's house, the one accused of stealing the gas, he noticed a bill from RG&E.
Oh, he didn't even clean up the mail pile?
It had his own name on it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, with his buddy's address. Are you guys still with me? I know it's
yeah.
complicated. All right,
So he goes in this guy's house, sees his RG&E bill with his name on it in this dude's house.
With the address.
So there's the evidence is laying right out.
It's right there. It's right there.
It might not even click at first. You might think, why do you have my bill? Or like, did you take this from my house?
Right.
I would almost.
You got questions.
It would take me a second to realize what was actually happening here.
He called the sheriff's department right away. They reached out to RG&E, and the alleged identity thief was arrested.
Ooh.
How lazy is this kid? You don't even pick up the envelope and put it in a drawer.
I don't know. How often do you look at your mail?
No, but you know like what you're doing here, and you got the scam is laying on the top of the heap.
Yeah.
In the defense of the alleged scammer, I just take. I never look at my
set
mail.
it
I just
down,
throw it on the
and
island.
then go through it later when you're looking to throw it away.
Yeah, but you're running a scam here.
I get it, but
This is an operation you're running here.
if he would have done the paperless billing, he still would be able to pull this off. That's what you get for not taking care of Mother Nature. Ripped off by a friend is something you'd never expect. But Tommy, at the same time, these people are the closest to you, and they have the easiest access to you.
Close enough where you're at their house.
Yes.
Yeah.
And look, you're right, Kimmy. You don't get suspicious about anything when they're in your house. They know all there is to know about you. Like, Tommy, with the personal details I know about you, having known you as long as I have, I could probably open up a credit card in your name.
Yeah. Easily.
And I bet you.
Good luck.
I wouldn't be suspicious if a friend asked me for information. Like if there was something that they didn't know and like it got brought up in a conversation somehow.
Hey, what is your social, man?
That's the
maybe
one
not.
weird
Maybe not
That's the
social.
one weird,
Maybe not social.
No, because it says in the story he had his
I
buddy's
know.
social.
Yeah, I don't know how he
did
would've
he get his social?
Yeah, you got like crazy numbers in there. It's so fun. I'm interested in social security numbers.
No, I'm looking.
As a hobby.
Looking for new lottery numbers, and you're the luckiest guy I know.
There you go.
I mean, no one tells their friends their social security numbers.
I
right?
hope not.
I'm trying to think of a scenario where you'd have to share that. I don't know, like unless you signed up with something with a buddy where they would have needed that
If you were
information.
business partners, I
Yeah.
mean, how else would you know?
I don't know. Unless this guy like went through his buddy's
Yeah.
house, if the allegations
Could have
are
done
true.
that.
Yeah.
Like when nobody was, he could have gone through some paperwork.
But I wouldn't even know where to find.
I
Like,
wouldn't either.
right?
Right.
Like where do people keep their
What would
social
you have
security
that-
Because even if
cards?
you had it like on a bill, it's always X'd out.
Right. Well, do you only
guy's
need like the
good.
last 4 numbers to sign up for something
no,
like that?
you got to
Oh,
have your
you
whole
put your
social,
thing?
right? For
Yeah.
an
I don't
energy
know.
bill? Is getting
Damn.
ripped off by a friend an automatic end of that friendship?
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah,
there's no
it's
gray
over.
area for you.
I think even if it's like not directly ripping me off, like a blurred line, kind of a rip off, like I'll pay you back later type of thing, it can end relationships.
All right, look, I agree that this example
Yeah.
is extreme because of all the deception and how bad it could have gotten for the victim,
Hmm.
right? And again, we're talking about this man out in Ontario County. He's accused of opening up an RG&E account in his friend's name using all of his friend's information. The friend would not have known what was going on had he not by chance gone over to his buddy's house, who was ripping him off, according to police, saw a bill with his own name on it addressed to his friend from RG&E. The account had gotten up to $2,400. All right, Tommy, let's run a scenario.
Go ahead. I love a good scenario.
All right. So let's say I'm at your house,
Yeah.
hanging out. You have a $5 bill on your dining room table, and I swipe it.
Yeah.
You figured out I was the one that took it.
All right.
It's just $5.
But you took it like intentionally tried to
Yeah.
grab it.
Swiped it.
Yeah.
Are we done?
No, it would be disturbing. Like you got an issue because I know you don't need it. So
Yeah,
like
but I want it.
right, which is
You're
more
not desperate.
it's almost more disturbing. Like old fat broke Pat. That one I could understand because you had no damn money and you had a hell of an appetite for Jesus anything you could shove in your face.
You can get a foot-long sub back then for $5.
Yeah.
Yeah. That one would bother me more now than then because it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you just swiped it to be a dick.
Or you got some kind of mental issue.
But you wouldn't stop being friends with me.
No.
Really?
And I wouldn't have got. And then and as a fat kid, and you grabbed it,
It wouldn't
I'm not
change
gonna.
your
I
friendship?
still need you to watch my dog.
Wait, I could have stolen from you this whole time and everything would have been fine?
As long as you watched his dog, I guess.
I think you're underestimating how bothered you would be by someone taking
It
$5.
would bother me, but I'm also too lazy to do anything about it. And it's only $5. You know.
Kimmy, same scenario.
Yeah.
Tommy and I were invited over to your mystery house.
Yeah.
Right, that doesn't exist. $5 on the counter. I swipe it, put it in my pocket.
That's makeup money.
Yeah, again, I just think it would be so strange that I think even if it didn't end our friendship, it's definitely going to change the way I approach our friendship.
Okay.
How about
Looking at
this?
you
Kimmy's over your
very
house.
Suspiciously.
And she doesn't grab money. She grabs like something out of the house.
Oh, like some random object.
Right.
That would bother me more than the money, I think. The money I understand.
Let's
I
say
mean,
she
your
like
wife,
a
your
bill
wife has a
thing.
lot of cool plants in your house. If I took a whole plant,
Just steal a plant.
Well, how
actually,
about bill
take,
stuff?
Take all the plant. No, if you touch any of my bill stuff, I'm done.
Because you're a
being
sports
friends.
person,
okay, yeah, something like that.
little memorabilia. Would you end that
Yeah,
relationship?
100%.
Really?
Yeah. No, because it's personal now.
No, but even if she came and stole something from my house, I'd have questions, but I don't think I would end the relationship.
You don't love anything. You don't have passion for anything.
Yeah, but I also wouldn't hurt anybody's, relationship wise.
No,
I think that makes me a nice person.
All right, if we no,
Being lazy and not wanting to do anything.
if we run it down like the 3 degrees of what you brought up, the money would be weird. You're right, but I don't think $5 would end a friendship. I encourage you to take any plant you can out of my house. Come over whenever you want. Take any plant.
But I would almost think the more strange an item they take, the more it would bother me. Because you're not, like if I took a plant, right? I'm not making money off of that plant. It doesn't really benefit me in any way other than I just thought that plant was cool.
Well, you wanted the plant.
Yeah. So wouldn't that bother you more than if I took something of value?
I hate those plants. No.
What if it was a family member? Because we had this with my grandmother.
Your grandmother was stealing $5?
She would steal stuff out of the houses and take it back to her
Wait,
house.
seriously?
Yeah, and it wasn't because she was like losing her mind, man.
She just
She was
liked
just
it.
I told you my grandmother was a huge sea
Yeah.
bag. And what are you making? You don't even know the woman.
Give it to you. She died when you were how old?
I was 20.
Yeah, you barely knew her.
Is this one that got hit by lightning?
No, that's my other
different
grandma.
one. Okay.
Yeah. I had
Sorry.
bad luck with grandmothers.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. So she would steal things out of the house and it'd be like random crazy stuff. One of the things was toilet paper.
Okay.
And she would like grab a roll when she was in the house. And they lived in a condominium, like she lived 2 buildings over in Florida.
Okay.
And like my mother knew it and didn't do anything about it really, because what are you going to do? But let's say your sister or your brother's over your house,
Yeah.
and he grabs something.
I mean, is it a financial thing? Like, because your grandmother, I would assume at that time, maybe was struggling, fixed income?
No, she was rich.
Okay, all right, I don't know.
It was the weirdest goddamn thing. It's almost like she's just doing it to be weird.
No, you're right. If he took like a 12-pack of soda or toilet paper,
You just have to let it go,
yeah,
man.
I'm not going to say anything.
And the same thing with your friend. Like, if it's not gonna affect like my credit score, which I don't even know what it is, I'm not gonna do crap, man. I mean, I might just hide some stuff when they come over, but that's about it.
No, friend, if it's a like family member, I'm going to be attached to you for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
You got kids, I got kids. We all have this connection. I'll look past it. Friend doing that same thing, I think I might be starting to cut you out of my life because I don't have to be around you.
I understand, but like you're intertwined with other people. Yeah, sometimes your friends those relationships are deeper than family. You know what I mean? Because you're around now. Yeah, you see Kimmy every day. You see me every day.
Sure.
And we know people that know people. We're all connected in this building.
Yeah, but they're all scumbags too.
True. Oh, I wouldn't trust any of those bastards.
252 WCMF. We're talking about stealing from a friend after a man allegedly stole his buddy's information to open up an R-Genie account in his name. The friend, the victim, according to police, did not find out about the alleged crime till he was at his friend's house, totally by coincidence, looked down at a bill that had his own name on it, addressed to his friend. Police say that the bill was run up to $2,400. He's been arrested. The alleged thief has a court date upcoming. Let's talk to Mike. Hey, Mikey. What's up, buddy? Mike, you there?
No, that's early. Are you there?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. That was my fault, buddy. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So it's not necessarily theft, but, I mean, in a sense, if you look at it in the long run, it is. So I did a bunch of work for a friend of mine. We were essentially best friends.
Okay.
Actually, did a bunch of work. Allowed to be anywhere between $1,200 to $1,800 is what it should have been. Obviously, I wasn't going to charge him that much, but he handed me $250 and said, "Here you go."
Are you still buddies with the guy?
Not at all.
Oh, wait. So that was enough to get you to
we'll
walk?
Stitching for $1,000.
And then he started beating my family up on Facebook, and I was like, "Yeah, okay, dude. I'm."
Okay, I mean, well, here's the thing, Mike. I understand why you're upset.
Guy's a stiff.
Okay, but on the other hand, I also understand that when you do work for friends, you kind of have to expect some
Bend
friends
over.
Yeah, to react this way because, Mike, they expect that you're going to either do it for free
Buddy
or for
discount.
Like, super discount.
We knew that there was going to be, obviously a super discount, but $1,800 to $250. Dude.
Man, this is Greedy Mike. That's what they call him out there. Greedy Mike, ripping off his buddies, Mikey. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I get where Mike's coming from. I know this is a common thing around here.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know if that's going to end a friendship for me.
It could if it got, if that guy, really busted his ass, did a nice job for you, and you throw him nothing.
Yeah, but you don't discuss price before.
Well, it's always vague, right? Because, like, you're not going to have a service contract with a buddy.
I know.
So he's going to look at it and go, he's going to look at the job and go, $800.
Okay, but like if you say that up front and then he gives you $250, now
Right.
you're able to be upset. If you don't discuss price and then he throws you
But
money
you
in the
kind of
back
know,
end-
like, if somebody's doing, like, a massive amount of work around your house, you have to have a clue what, like, labor even costs.
Yes, but if you were concerned about that, you'd call someone other than your friend to do it. No, look, I'm with you.
You got to put it on the stiff.
I don't know if that stiff thinks they're being a stiff. I think that friend.
Oh, stiffs know they're stiffs.
I think there are people who don't know they're stiffs. Who
Guys,
think
those are women. Women don't know they're stiffs because they don't know like man work.
What?
thoughts.
What do you mean man work?
Like construction, like bricklaying.
You do?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know man work?
I know some man work. I know some men.
That's weird.
I hang around men. I know sweaty men.
No, you remember those times, Kimmy? where
Rough-handed men.
He worked
Yeah.
as a mason, or
yeah, or like you understand how to pay somebody in empty gift cards too.
oh,
Yeah.
That got cleared up
Did it?
as soon as I hear back from the corporation.
all right, everybody. I hope we're gonna move on. I appreciate the calls. Watch your friends.
Oh yeah.
It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's time to get a little creepy.
Yep, and totally for free. No family discount needed.
Look at that.
That's right. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long, coming at you with the creep cap. And when your kids grow up, granting them their independence can be hard.
But you have to do it. At some point, you're gonna have to do it.
Well, that's just it. And even Tommy, as they're getting older in their teens, it's little by little by little by little.
Yeah.
My oldest, my 13-year-old, had her first real big independent thing this week.
Super cool.
And I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. I personally, think this is great for her.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm glad it's working out the way that it is. My wife, however, is having a harder time.
Yeah.
Because the things that she has been doing over the last 3 days, I don't think are good.
Yeah.
And somebody needs to say something.
All right.
I'm the only person that can say something. But you're telling me I need to stay shut up.
Yeah. Because you're not going to fix it, man.
No, you don't know that. I mean, we can have a discussion as adults.
Bro,
Bro, what?
there ain't no change coming.
We'll get into it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Watching your kids grow up is amazing.
Oh, sure.
It's also the hardest thing you'll ever experience because you start to realize how fast time moves.
Yeah.
You know you're never going to get that time you had back.
For sure.
And you don't know when you're supposed to start to let them be their own person. Different people handle that in different ways.
Yeah.
Because, Tommy, the last thing you want to do is stifle your child's independence.
Right.
And if you think your spouse might be doing that, you should say something. You're hanging out in the break room. Watch Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it is Friday.
Yeah.
You've been disgusting from Monday to Thursday.
Oh, you're welcome.
Kimi even collects the Friday from the week before disgusting and throws it in this one.
Look at that.
So really, it's this week and one day of last week. All the disgusting things Tommy said. Sit back and enjoy the Creep Cap on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it.
What man is buying a Monster Beat Stick?
Usually I thought your mom buys that one.
That one's $250.
She can make that thing disappear in 2 seconds.
What the F, man?
So salty and greasy.
Spend time
Man,
with this
that must
girl.
have been some magic stuff downstairs.
They're engaged now. Maybe it was more than the coochie.
Bro, but coochie come first.
Put that on a T-shirt.
No,
Coochie come
don't.
first.
Sell it
Don't
in
do
the rock
that.
shop.
Mama's got baby Gug. She gave birth in the backseat, son. Don't take a look. They're going to pass 1,000 dongs they could have. They could just hang their head out the window. Oh. There's 1 million dogs for chicks.
Arkansas
I
side.
had one in Jenner in Lexington and another in South Carolina. She passed away one day.
Oh, we'll never find out why.
Gator got her.
252.
Gator got her coochie on the old last chahoochie.
Gator Gutter Coochie sounds like a town in Florida. Where you from, Gator Gutter Coochie?
You're right next to Snatcha Coochie. You're going to drive for it?
My brother lives in Greece, and if he had food that I liked, leftovers, I would drive out to Greece to get it and bring it back to Henrietta.
Really?
Why are you so wasteful?
I don't know. I would
he's
drive to get
grossed
some of
out.
your mom's pie. I would do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's some good pie. Eat it all up. But that anticipation, like driving with your pre-boner, was like one of the most unique experiences. Like you got a quarter to a half rail. Get
It's a
there.
long time.
Just thinking about it, man.
Jimmy, you got
it's the fantasy.
You got a half a boner and only a quarter tank of gas.
His weight on the wheel. Boner love. It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, the Creep Cap on CMF. So since Wednesday,
Yeah.
my oldest daughter, my 13-year-old, she's been on a class trip to D.C.
That is so cool.
I'm so jealous, man.
Me too,
Yeah.
because you and I never made the cut.
No, you're not kidding. I went to a Dolomite hole. But so she gets back tonight, and it's a major moment in any 13-year-old's life, right? Like you, your friends, hotel room, on the road.
It's adult stuff.
It's a big test of independence. Yes.
Yeah, get a hotel room free of mom and dad.
Exactly.
With you and your friends.
Yeah. And it's something, it turns out, my wife may have not been ready for.
Oh.
So we told you last week how told you earlier this week, she hooked our credit card to my daughter's Apple Pay on her phone.
So she could just do what she wanted with the phone.
That cost us one Hard Rock Cafe sweatshirt.
All right.
But that's far from
Those
the...
are hard to come by.
Shut-
Those are rare.
Well, I am out of my effing mind about the sweatshirt, but that's a whole other thing. That was far from the only mama bear move my wife made.
But
My wife hooked an AirTag to our child.
so you could track her.
Yes, the Apple thing where
Yeah.
you can see on your phone exactly where
Like
your
some
child
people
is.
put it on the collar of their pet.
Yeah, my wife put that on our 13-year-old child.
Okay.
She put it in her purse and then told my daughter she has to keep her purse on her at all times.
So your daughter doesn't know.
No, she knows.
Oh, okay.
She knows. She tried to sneak it on her,
Okay.
but was caught.
Okay.
So then my wife was like, it goes in your crossbody, and your
Gotcha.
crossbody stays on you at all time. And I was unaware that my wife had put this AirTag on until my wife started sending me screenshots on Wednesday when they were leaving of where our daughter was,
Wow.
like in America, on her way. Like,
You could see the
Yeah.
little dot moving around.
yes, Kimmy, every 45 minutes, she's sending me a screenshot. They're in Pennsylvania. They're in Maryland. Da, 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 da. She's on a bus.
Yeah,
She's
I
on
know.
a bus. My wife gets home from work
Yeah.
on Wednesday night, the day that they left, and she picks up her phone every 5 minutes, and she's following my daughter.
She's just obsessing over it.
Every 5 minutes, where she is. Like, somewhere in D.C. Oh, they're doing this. Oh, they're doing that. And, look, you understand why this might be hard for a mom.
Sure.
And like our family specifically, we spend a lot of time together. And as funny as this is, it's not the worst thing in the world what my wife is doing.
Yeah. She's overly concerned, firstborn.
Yeah. No, the worst thing my wife was doing was how much she was bothering our daughter while she's been on this trip. Because all of a sudden, I'm in a group text starting Wednesday morning, and my wife, every 30 to 60 minutes, is asking, how are you doing? What are you doing? Where are you? And if my daughter doesn't answer fast enough, she'd hit her with the double text. And then I'm sure check on the map where my daughter has been tagged like an antelope. Tommy, you're supposed to let your kid be a kid for a trip like this, right? And I was getting concerned, and I still am a little concerned, that maybe, just maybe, my wife is being overbearing, and this isn't the best thing for our 13-year-old kid.
But let it play out. Let it play out.
Let it play out?
Yeah.
Can I ask you, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Why let it play out?
Because she's not going to listen to you. If you say something, you're being mean, you don't understand, or you don't care enough, and you have no answer for that. If she comes back with you just don't care enough as much as I do, you're going to look like an idiot standing alone on Idiot Island.
No, but it's an easy answer back. She's growing up. I mean, she has adults around her.
You think she's listening to any of that? She's already tuned you out.
Like much like you just did right now.
Yes. She's not gonna, as soon as she says you're being mean, she's not listening. Okay. She's checked out. So here's what you do. You let both parties fall on their face and figure it out. Because that's the only way they're going to learn. Like, they're going to learn from their own mistakes, not by you.
Wait, you're saying his daughter and his wife will let them learn and fall on their face?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I guess let me ask you this. Go ahead. Finish.
I mean, that's how it works.
No.
Well, does your daughter like that your wife's texting? You know what I mean? Like, is this a time where your daughter's like, okay, mom, like,
I can tell.
Is she just appeasing your wife, or is this like, is she feel more comfortable?
No, the last 24 hours has been one word text. Yes,
okay.
no, okay.
So yeah, I think you kind of got to go off of like, because to your point, like if you're gonna give your kid any independence, now's the time because they're still being supervised. It's just not by you.
Thank you. Look, I know I'm not the only parent who thinks maybe their spouse needs to let go of the reins a little more on their kid. And to your point, Kimmy, she's at the age where you have to let her have some independence. It's a delicate balance. Here's the thing.
Let them fight it out.
No. You have this take and you try and make it sound like you care about the two people in this situation. But the only reason you're not going to confront your spouse in this situation is because you're a coward.
Doesn't work to my advantage.
No. That's the
only... takes all the heavy lifting off of me. Yes.
That's the only reason. You would completely sacrifice the damage that may be being done to a child so you don't get yelled at.
Yes.
And that's why you'd be a horrible parent.
Yes. Maybe not. It's a roll of the dice.
No, it's not a roll of the dice.
It is. I'm rolling the dice. Maybe it all works out.
It's you digging a trench and hiding in the backyard instead of stepping up and being part of a cohesive parental unit.
Nature has to take its course sometime. And by the way, you're going through this for the first time too.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you don't even have any experience to lean back on and go, listen, when I was doing it. So you're both in the same boat here.
You're right.
Well, but I guess it's so different because as a 7th, 8th grader growing up, like we wouldn't have had that connection to our parents at all. Like even if our parents wanted to stay that connected with us, they couldn't.
They did.
So it's hard for me to say what the right thing to do is when all that technology is there. And I mean, I don't know if that's just a thing that parents do.
So what'd you do?
I haven't done anything yet.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, if there's going to be a time, it's probably like in bed tonight,
Perfect timing, man. When you're just
Go to
chilling
bed,
out, kicking off the weekend with the finger in your face. Let me tell you something.
Is that my wife?
Back off.
Is that my wife?
No, that's you.
No,
back off.
No,
back off. You back off.
And you realize what you just did.
You are doing wrong, madam.
Hold on. I got to text my
wife. No,
hey,
it was all on you.
Tommy, you're doing a voice like this. I don't know how to put it in text message, but this is what it sounds like. 252-WCMF. My daughter's been in D.C. with a class trip. She's 13 years old for the last couple of days. And my wife is not handling it well. She air-tagged her. She's been following her every 5 minutes for the last 3 days, wherever she is across D.C. She's texting her every 30 minutes. And what are you doing? What's going on? If she's not texting her back, hey, are you okay? All this stuff. She hooked a credit card to her phone, which we talked about a couple of days ago, and I think she's being a little bit overbearing. And I want to be clear. My wife loves our kids like no mother I've ever seen.
Sure, and it shows.
And I love her for that, and she is an amazing woman. But at the same time, I have these flash forwards to my girls in their 30s waking up in my house as my wife hands them their bagged lunch for them to go to work.
Sounds like a sweet deal.
No, I think it takes the other parent sometimes to step in and say, hey, maybe this is a little extreme. They need their space. Doesn't every parent go through this, parental group with their kids?
It's kind of a balance of, because you're kind of, in a way you're doing what you think is right, but you're also speaking up on behalf of your daughter too. You know what I mean? Because like, I think that your daughter wants that independence, and it's sometimes I think, are there times when you have to be on your kid's side?
Against your spouse?
Yeah, I mean, it's
do not do that.
But you do, I mean, you do have to advocate at some point if you feel like your kid's not being heard. I don't know. I'm not a parent. I don't know.
No, it's a good question.
You Truman in the White House?
She doesn't get that.
Drop the second one. They didn't get it the first time. Man, no.
I will say this. There have been times where my wife has been upset with my daughter, my oldest, and I completely understood where my oldest was coming from, but I shut up.
Yeah.
Gotta let them fight it out.
Okay, no, that makes me a coward, and I was doing what you were doing, but this is something that has potential long-term consequences.
But now, you spoke about, how about your daughter and the independence, but you're also telling your wife you're not doing it right.
But I don't think she is.
Like, she has a right to her feelings, and she thinks she's being a good mom, and you're saying, no, I think you're being overbearing. And she's going to take that as a negative and that you're being mean.
I'm not going to use the word overbearing.
I'm telling you how she's going to process it.
Super good mom. You're being too good of a mom. You're too beautiful right now.
Yeah. Smart doctor woman's not going to see behind that.
Well, I can be smooth. I can be suave. Listen, beautiful.
When are you getting started?
As I open up a bottle of champagne. You are so hot. You're like so hot and such a good mom. And maybe you need to pull it back a little bit because other moms are getting jealous of your hotness and your momness. That's done. We're done. Is that good?
All right, that'd be good.
I don't know. I mean, how you deal with your kids also has a lot to do with how your parents dealt with you growing up.
Yeah, I mean, you learn from your environment. And
I think that can cause some friction while raising kids with somebody else. Like, my wife is very close with her family. She went to college right down the road from her mom, like 30, 45 minutes, both for college, grad school, and medical school, right? They were always in touch. And I was traveling the Midwest when I was 15, 16, telling jokes.
Yeah, and they were disappointed when they saw headlights in the driveway.
Look, my parents had 3 other kids. They had jobs. They had their own issues. So I was left to my own devices a lot, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying we should send my daughter to Battle Creek, Michigan to open for Carlos Mencia, but like 30 minutes without a text message.
No, they should have sent you.
30 minutes without a text message when she has 40 other adults there would be a good start.
But let's say your daughter snaps back on your wife, right?
Okay.
That's like kind of delicate mom-daughter dance that just let them do it.
But I think that's what he's trying to get ahead of in a way, right?
But you can't, because that's gonna happen.
Okay.
Because you got 2 very strong-willed people fighting, and you're getting in the middle of it.
With all due respect, you've never raised a child. You're not allowed around children. You don't know how to spell the word child.
It's G something.
Like, you're sitting here all confident with your chin up. Like, this is how it works. You've never been in this spot before.
Conflict resolution.
No,
Let it play out.
Your conflict resolution is shut up.
It'll work out.
Okay. Kimmy, would you say something if you're me?
It's I would want to.
Coward.
You're both cowards. Tommy's back
because again, I mean, you bring up your experience and with your parents, and I just think that helped me become a more independent person. Not having mom over my shoulder at all times.
So I'm right, my wife is wrong. You guys are such pussies. Okay, what are you scared of my
But you got to
for?
understand.
By the way, you're tagged right now too. She got you last time you were in the office.
Given the dynamic of your family.
I also don't know. I mean,
she's done with you.
I know.
So she's trying to make good points.
I said dynamic. I thought that was pretty good. They said it last night on World News Tonight.
Shut up.
It's hard for me to say too, because I mean, is this what all of her friends are also going through too? Like, you also don't want to be seen as the parent that doesn't care.
No, I know.
If all the other parents are doing the same thing.
And I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that question. I'm sorry. You were saying dynamic.
Okay, so in your family, your wife is the smartest person in the room.
You talking about with my extended family too?
Oh, yeah. I mean, dig up some old relatives, bro. It's a blowout. Like, she's the smartest person in the room.
Okay.
And you're fighting that.
No.
But she legitimately is.
You seem to have this idea that the smartest person is always right.
Yeah,
And that's
what makes them so goddamn smart.
That's not the case. My wife is a brilliant woman. My wife is a brilliant woman.
She saves lives.
Yes, she does. But that doesn't involve letting your kid
drive people to take lives. She has to go find those people and save them.
Doesn't involve slowly letting your child become an adult. Like, that's what you're not wrapping your head around here.
I know.
Right? No, you don't, because you keep saying, I know, and then you go back to saying the stupid thing that you're saying. All right, we got phone calls coming in. We got Facebook messages coming in. All right, we are split on Facebook messages. It looks like man and woman. Because Rachel writes us, Duffy, shut up. She's a good mom and is going to do what good moms do. Maybe you don't care enough. Did you ever think about that?
Ooh.
Well, not until just now.
Ooh.
Well, look, but I trust the adults that she's with.
Yeah.
I want her to have a good time with her friends. I want her to get lost in this experience without having to think about home. Isn't that part of figuring out who you are as a person?
It is.
It is. But, I'm a coward, so don't say anything. Mike writes us on Facebook again. My wife is having a hard time letting my 13-year-old have a little independence on this trip to D.C. She's with her class. She air-tagged her. She's been following around on a map every 5 minutes. She's texting her every 30 minutes. She hooked her credit card up to my daughter's phone. Mike writes us, Duffy, you're right to worry. I went through the same thing with my wife, and college was the toughest part. But if you say something, you have to be prepared for the fight of your life. From a man who's been through this, if you speak up, it'll cause problems, and I doubt anything will change.
That's what I've been saying the whole time.
Yeah, but you're doing it out of self-preservation.
Who cares? Get the job done. Nobody cares what your motivation is. Just get it done, baby.
But doesn't
Just win, baby.
Doesn't Dad's opinion matter too?
Dad's opinion.
He's
Go
doing
work on the mower.
Shut up.
Go trim the grass, Dad.
Shut up. I'm one half of this parenting machine.
Yeah, but you're the lower half.
Why? Why am I the lower half?
I don't know. It's in the Bible, man.
No, it's not. Look, my life.
Eve took Adam down a bad road, but Eve was leading.
Eve was the one. What?
Yeah. It's always the woman first, man second.
Yeah, look what happened. We could be naked and living in paradise right now. Thanks a lot, ladies. Thanks a lot, Susan B. Anthony. No, but my life experiences to send down to my child are just as valid as my wife's.
They are.
Shut up. Shut up, you coward ass bitch. Agree with everybody and insult people.
Go tell them down at the bar.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Mike. Hey, Mikey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, listen, I think it's important not to get in the middle of things because you're going to be the bad guy no matter what you say to her. And secondly, your daughter doesn't have time every 30 minutes to text mom and dad back telling her what a great time she's having. She wants to be alone. She wants to have that independence. If you were in her shoes in Washington, D.C., you wouldn't want to stop and be on the phone every 30 minutes when you're, having a great time.
That's what I'm saying, Mike. That's what I'm saying.
But you got to be careful about getting in the middle because I'll tell you one thing. When I found pot in my daughter's hockey bag one time.
Oh, no.
Wow, she's playing hockey.
Rather than tell my wife that I found it, I confronted my daughter. And then later my wife found out that I knew before she did.
Oh, no.
Why didn't you come to me? And getting in the middle of that was a huge mess.
It's a cat fight. You're going to get scratched.
Work it out. Yeah.
But here's the thing, Mike, and I understand. I get what you're saying here, and I commend you. By the way, quick sidebar. Hockey bag, perfect place to hide pot because they smell so bad dog is catching that.
Wow.
But, Mike, you have a right as a father to do that, I think, and I don't know why you making a decision that you thought was best, that doesn't give your wife a reason to yell at you. Like, why are your opinions invalid and hers are valid, Mike?
They're not, but you're pointing out to her she might or a little overbearing, and that is what she doesn't want to hear. So you have to be very delicate on how you're going to approach it. Otherwise, you're going to be the bad guy no matter what.
All right, I got it. Mike, thanks for the call. I got it.
All right, what you got?
Baby.
You Telly Savalas?
Baby. Players Club. Stop bothering our daughter. Let her be a person. Little bit of Macho Man Randy Savage, too. I'm gonna do it.
Do what?
I'm going to talk to my wife about this.
No, you're not.
Watch me.
The trip's almost over. I know.
You haven't
at this
done
point,
it yet.
It's not
too late.
Slowest trigger finger in the West.
It's not.
You're going to blow your foot off.
It's not about the trip.
Yeah.
It's about what's coming.
Sure.
Right? Because
The future.
my daughter goes into high school next year.
Yeah, I mean, your daughter's going to start to put up more and more of a fight, I would imagine, in terms of like,
The resistance.
having
What is this, Star Wars?
breaking away from that connection a little bit.
Look, and frankly, if I'm the one that maybe has to be the sacrificial lamb here to keep the relationship between my daughter and my wife smoother, maybe that's a good role to play as a father, too.
How about you just lead by example?
No, because then what you said, I just look like I'm a father that doesn't care. I need to point out to my wife why I'm doing this stuff. Because, like, bro, all Wednesday
They don't
night.
like that. I'm telling you, man, they don't like this stuff.
Bro, you
They're
don't
different.
know
They're a
what.
different creature than we are.
Wow.
They are.
He called you creatures.
Yeah.
And
I
you're gonna
don't mean
stay on his
creatures like they're
side.
coming out of the
Exact-
Black
I'm not on his
Lagoon. I'm just
side.
saying creatures as that. I'm a creature. You're a creature. We're all creatures.
You were
Would you
definitely.
like to
We're
be a
God's
creature,
creatures.
too?
Yeah, we're God's creatures. That's what I'm saying. But it's emotionally, they're just different animals, different people.
Okay. How would you know you don't talk to them because you're scared of all of them?
Yeah, I do. I watch some creatures, bro.
All right, let's take a break. See, and this is why I can't take any advice from you. Because there's a story here that's going to make no sense to you at all. Because when you see a person, you have what they are in your head, what they own, what they do, how they speak, where they're from immediately.
snap.
Yeah, we're all guilty of making that assumption. And in this crime story, there are two things that were taken out of this woman's car. And none of them make sense together. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This story isn't about things getting stolen as much as it's about what was stolen.
Okay.
Because these two things do not go together. In fact, it's hard to think of two things that could be more opposite of each other.
Oh.
If you are into one of these, it would be a safe bet. You may have never even heard of the other.
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Aerosmith, peace out. The farewell tour with the Black Crowes. It's making a stop at KeyBank Center February 26, 2025. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. It is their last ever scheduled show as of now.
This is it.
As a band. And Jolene will have tickets for you just after 10 o'clock here in the break room. She'll have your code word of the day. You go to WCMF.com, enter it. Good luck from your friends here on CMF. The story, Tommy, comes to us from Chili.
What happened?
Well, it's your run-of-the-mill car break-in. Right? Police say that a suspect entered a woman's unlocked vehicle, took two things. Story not shocking.
All right.
But it's the things that were taken.
What got taken?
Well, it makes no sense. Authorities say the thief took a Dior purse.
Wait, that's like a high-end purse.
High-end purse, right?
Yeah.
Kimmy, Dior is like up there?
Yeah,
Number one.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense. Nice purse, woman's car.
Yeah.
Police also say the thief took a Budweiser racing jacket.
Wait,
Okay.
that is... First, I haven't seen a Budweiser racing jacket in 20 years.
Well, is that actually sneaky worth a lot of money?
Probably.
Okay.
You know
Those
what I mean?
NASCAR jackets
Yeah.
are probably like those collectibles, right?
Possibly.
Yeah.
But this woman, who had her car broken into,
Yeah.
had a Bud racing jacket and a Dior purse in the
All
car.
right, so the Bud jacket is not hers.
No,
Okay.
it could be hers.
Nope.
No, please tell me.
I'm going to say that word.
And point at me while you do it.
I'm going to be condescending as I do it.
Okay.
She might wear it. It's not hers.
Okay.
It's either her man's or a guy she broke up with and just out of spite kept his Bud jacket.
No, it's hers.
That's a
because
spite jacket.
A woman with a Dior purse, I don't
That's high
think
end.
is dating a guy who is wearing a Budweiser racing jacket.
Yeah, how many diehard NASCAR
It's a
fans?
weird. That would be a weird combination.
Smart girls, bad choices.
No,
it's a
no.
book.
No,
I think she's wearing it for.
it's a book, man. How would
book,
you
man.
know what a book is?
That is a book.
You're illiterate.
She is wearing that
I've
as a
seen
fashion
books.
choice. I guarantee you.
So you think she's wearing a
yes,
Bud jacket
Yes, it's
and,
very popular right
and
now.
a Dior high-end
Yep.
designer, unless the Dior's a knockoff.
No, it says Dior purse. I mean, it's in the police report.
Because those things are like thousands of dollars.
That jacket could be hundreds of dollars.
Not thousands, though.
Wait, she's going to walk around like that?
Yes.
Phone number is 252-W's up, old man wave. There's your one old man wave of the day. You've used it. It's done.
Spite jacket.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. No, I think Kimmy's right. It's more likely...
I always side with her all morning.
It is
You're
more-
right, you're right.
It is more likely
Yeah.
that she owns that jacket than it is she's dating someone.
Why would she buy that jacket?
Look, we have... Hear me out.
I don't know.
We have NASCAR fans listening to the show right now.
And they run a cross-section.
Does any NASCAR fan who is such a diehard NASCAR fan that you would wear a Bud
Right.
racing jacket, that's a junior jacket,
Yeah.
right? Okay. Do any of your wives or girlfriends have super high-end purses?
Usually when they have a high-end purse and a Bud jacket, their husband's in the car.
Okay, that's what I mean.
No, in the race car.
That's what I'm saying.
They're the wife of an actual, like, Jeff Gordon's old lady.
That's my point. That's my point. So that makes it more likely that she owns the jacket. You're arguing against your point.
She
you
don't know
idiot.
no NASCAR driver.
That's what I'm saying. So did she buy it because it was like vintage and cool? Is she a NASCAR fan and has a high-end purse?
That makes no connection.
What do you want from me, man? I'm telling you, this is what happened. Like, I agree with you. This woman doesn't exist because casual NASCAR fans as females are rare. I know you ladies exist, and that's
But,
not
yeah.
But, like, when you picture a female NASCAR fan, you don't picture a woman who's going to spend a fortune on NASCAR accessories.
It's got to be her old man.
Bro, you know NASCAR guys.
Yeah.
They got wives with high-end stuff, designer clothes and purses.
I mean, they might.
No, that's a blue-collar sport.
All right.
Right? Like, if this was hockey, basketball, well, like, that would make sense to me. NASCAR does not make sense to
I mean,
me.
they could be polar opposite couples. There are couples that don't make sense.
All right, here's how this would go. All right? So, guy's got his NASCAR, he's a big NASCAR fan. His wife comes home and goes, I got a Dior purse. You got a Dior? I'm out working all day, climbing poles. He climbs poles.
Yeah.
I got my work boots on. I just bought $500 Wolverine work boots, and you spent all that money on a Dior purse? Dior?
What, you got to be living in Birmingham?
Oh, I'm sorry. Where did you? You had him driving the effing race car. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. A woman had her car broken into in Chili. The thief stole two things. A Dior purse, which makes sense,
Yeah.
and a Budweiser racing jacket, which doesn't make sense. Tommy's convinced that's a spite jacket or it's her boyfriend's jacket.
Or her husband's jacket.
Kimmy says, no, that doesn't make any sense. It's more likely her
I wouldn't think
jacket.
those two match up. I would think she bought that jacket because she thought it was cool, it was trendy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, folks are going to help us out here.
All right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Rob, tell us what's going on here. Rob, you there?
Oh, yeah. Hi, how you doing?
Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, I thought maybe possibly she might be a Budweiser model or a NASCAR model that does the trophies at the end.
Do a lot of them live around here? Blobby?
You never know. We've had some famous models from the area and that, so.
All right, but Rob, you sound like a great
We've had
guy.
one Playboy model.
Calm down, creep. Rob, let's walk through the logic here. This woman is super gorgeous, so gorgeous enough that she is a trophy model for NASCAR, and they want her so bad that they fly her into all of the races to do the
I mean,
thing.
I guess it could be from anywhere.
I mean,
I don't know.
This is really stretching,
Come on,
man.
Rob,
this
Rob,
is his little rub-out fantasy.
It was just a thought.
All right,
Yeah.
Rob, hey, good thought. Hey, no bad ideas in the break
Yeah.
room, except whatever comes out of Tommy's mouth. Thanks for the call, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, have a good rest of the day. Okay, that's not a thing.
No,
that's not a thing.
That's
yeah.
about as dumb as it gets.
But Austin's going to give us some more information.
Austin?
Yes,
Does
he's-
Austin have regular now?
I guess so, yeah. He's got nothing better to do. Hey, Austin, what's up, buddy?
Hey, yes, I am a regular because I listen to you guys every day while I'm at work. So I unfortunately know a lot about NASCAR collectibles. I used to be a big fan back in the day. But maybe she just bought it at a vintage thrift shop because
Well, that was
those
Kimmy's
jackets are kind of in right now.
That's what Kimmy's
Those
saying.
are actually hard to come by right now.
Okay, but like, what's the draw of like a 20-something-year-old girl that can afford high-end clothes wearing a Bud racing jacket?
It's just the look. It's just the look of it. In all honesty, it's a
And
trendy vintage
Dell
item.
Jr. Sorry to interrupt you, Kimmy. And Dell Jr. is probably one of the biggest NASCAR drivers out there, or was. By the way, raise hell, praise Dale.
I love how
so
you're explaining to
he's-
us that Dale Jr. was a popular race car driver. I mean, we don't know much about NASCAR, but I know that.
Well, there is a NASCAR track, which you obviously know, down in Watkins Glen. So there are a big contingent of fans up here, especially if you go further south in the Finger Lakes.
Okay, but you just
so
said
she
it was a
could just be
vintage purchase.
It is, because they don't sell those anymore.
Okay. All right, Austin.
Yeah.
Austin. Try to do better at work today than you did on this phone call, okay, buddy?
Loser. Bye.
Bye, Austin.
Like there are designers and stores that are trying to replicate those old jackets. So if this actually was one of those old jackets, it would make sense why somebody that likes high-end things would have something like that.
So this chick's got bank. If that's the case.
Well, I mean, if it's a real deal or purse, you already know she's got
And
bank.
then she's buying vintage NASCAR stuff. She's got cash.
But let's say that's not the case. Maybe this is something that was like around her house or was
Yeah,
her
okay.
dad's or
Yeah.
something. 252-WCMF again. We're talking about this woman in Chile had her car broken into, 2 things stolen, Dior purse, high-end, Budweiser racing jacket.
drag, yeah.
Does everyone have one really nice thing that doesn't match up with the rest of the stuff you own? Like something you've always wanted, right? Maybe it helped you fit into a place you were going that was above your head. Maybe you were on vacation. You decided, hell, I'm going to spend the money. Like, are there guys with nothing but Carhartts that own some kind of, like, designer something?
You don't think guys in designer, though.
All right, but, like, women that walk around in leggings and hoodies all day have, like, a single super expensive pair of shoes?
Well, women do have that. I think more than guys.
I don't know, man. I mean, guys we're finding out are just as susceptible to peer pressure as women are.
But what's a big designer thing for a guy?
I don't know. I mean, it's not really my world.
Well, yeah, I'm thinking like Jordans and things like that that
But
are
that's-
expensive.
But those are like $200. We're not talking thousands of dollars.
yeah, thousands of dollars. What would you spend?
Like
on
a,
an article of clothing or
coat?
something you would have on you that would cost you a G.
like a, I don't know, something
it
that
would
says
be. It would have to be jewelry.
or like a belt or a pair of shoes like Dior or Gucci or Coach. I don't. What's popular stuff for guys?
I mean,
right now?
they make stuff for guys with those. Other
I love how you're
designers.
trying to pretend like you don't know every guy's
I mean,
high-end designer
aren't there
right
like
now.
honestly, aren't there like high-end hoodies right now?
There is.
That does like Stefan Diggs was wearing one of like the designers that have like hoodies that are worth a couple $100.
Yeah, but I've wiped my mind of him. I can't remember what those are called.
But I'm just saying, like, I think that there are certain clothing items, but I don't know, like thousands of dollars though. I don't know.
And it would be like the one high-end thing you own. Like, you're wearing jeans and
So every once in a while, you will see a guy, and I've done many bar gigs, but back in the day, you would see a guy with a really high-end Ferrari racing jacket on,
okay.
and he didn't own a Ferrari, or he'd have a Corvette one, and those things were pretty expensive.
Okay.
But they were like high-end racing jackets for like sports cars and stuff.
And that was just a regular blue-collar guy.
Yeah, and the guy didn't own no goddamn Ferrari.
Guy didn't know no goddamn Ferrari is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
I didn't know no goddamn Ferrari. Son, you think he's got money, you going to be sorry.
No, but that makes sense. Like, that's something a guy strives to have.
Right, so that would be a Flash thing.
No,
but I can't.
I'm talking like a guy who works, like laying brick, having like a pair of Gucci loafers.
There's no way.
I would think the same thing, but I
There's
don't know.
Gucci loafers, but I think Gucci loafers are like $1,000. I mean, that's like something you're going to see like Danny Wegman with.
No, I understand. I also think it's strange, but I'm trying to explore every angle here so we can figure this out. Stupid. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Darrell. Hey, Darrell, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, man. What do you got?
All right, so here's my take on it. First, I'll admit that I don't know the Chi-Li area very well. I'm a transplant to upstate New York.
All right, well, nobody's perfect, Darrell.
I'm from New Orleans, so I think I'm pretty close.
Okay.
But anyway, so what kind of car was this? Because my first thought is she didn't have neither of these things.
Oh.
She got a high-end purse and a high-end jacket that don't go together. And what if she came in, found her car door open or her window broke or whatever, and was like, you know what? I'm going to put this on the police report.
Oh,
Stuff she wants.
Now you're accusing her of committing insurance fraud.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh.
Hold on.
It happens all the time.
He's from New Orleans.
Uh-huh.
Very corrupt city.
Very.
From the politics to the streets, man.
Shut up, Tommy.
So he knows what he's talking about. Like, this could be some scamola.
He ain't wrong. He ain't wrong.
This is insurance
I
scam.
can't say that I've had family members who didn't put jewelry and TVs and stuff on their police report after a break-in, but yeah.
Okay, but Darrell, look, I understand that that's a
Southern
possibility. It's just weird that you would pick those two things that are so far opposite.
It is very random.
Like, why wouldn't you do like
something more high-end?
Yeah.
No, she wants a Dior purse, and her boyfriend wants that NASCAR jacket.
All right.
It makes sense.
All right, so she's a liar. She's a filthy liar, Darrell.
I'm not saying she is. I'm saying it's a possibility.
All right, there goes Fleur de Lis Laurel. Thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
There goes Darrell. Come on, man. How?
It's very random items.
Look,
I suppose it's always possible.
every time we talk about a crime story, we will take one phone call that always blames the victim.
Some people think outside the box.
Sometimes you got to point the finger at the right back at the person.
Do we know what kind of car it was?
We do. The story. I don't have it in front of me right now. I'm looking for it right now, and I can't find it. I don't remember being blown away by the make of the car.
Right.
I think it was
Wasn't
just a
anything
regular,
too fancy.
Yeah, exactly. All right, 252-WCMF. I'm almost afraid to go back to the phones with how
Why?
terrible the ideas have been so
That
far.
idea does not suck.
No, you love corruption. You love like a conspiracy theory scam. So of course you were going to stick with Darrell on that one. And you think you're like kind of New Orleans because you had family down there. Yeah.
I got family down that way.
You had an uncle who married a 14-year-old and left the state.
It was my grandfather.
It was a more direct line.
And it was my grandmother.
Thank you. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Jordan. Hey, Jordan, what's up, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good.
I'm going to go off Darrell's point and say, these things too. Obviously, these two things don't go together at all. But I would say that the Dior, Chi-Li is more of a city area than like suburbia.
Chi-Li?
Yes.
What?
I never thought of it that way.
Bro, it's a full
Pretty
like
rural.
7-8
Been
miles.
to Chi-Li?
I grew up in Gates.
Oh my goodness.
Where are you from, Jordan?
Good old Greece.
Okay.
Greece is way more of a city area than Chi-Li.
It touches-
I
Yeah,
would
because
say.
parts of it are more,
Go to
random.
mean, like,
the
there's no-
Target next to the Chi-Li Paul Wegmans and tell me.
Say that
Tell
again?
me it's more suburbia than city.
Bro, they just built like super
There's
high-end
cornfields.
townhomes. Yes. What are you, Jordan? You said what? You're way off on this one. But what are you getting at, Jordan? I'm
That's an
sorry. Go ahead.
interesting take.
First of all, I'm going to say these two things don't go together at all.
Got it.
But at the same time, it's not like we're talking about a Penske racing jacket. It's Budweiser. She doesn't care about racing, but like that other guy said, they're vintage items.
Okay.
They're things that people want, and you see more of these days. So I think the Budweiser is the only reason she has that jacket.
But how many chicks do you know that are like diehard Budweiser fans?
I'm guessing it's just the vintage aspect of it, if it's hers.
Back to my point, I don't think this is exactly some little suburban girl that's just wearing a Budweiser jacket.
Yeah, it's them scamming Chi-Li
She's
City
driving
chicks.
a Toyota Corolla from 2002.
Yeah.
and likes her materialistic items and is not. Who cares about the car?
I'm with you, Jordan. That was a good call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Remember when I said I don't want to take any more calls because it's just going to get dumber? And then Jordan
I'm so confused by somebody who grew up in Greece having that take.
Yeah.
I think it's blowing my mind more than anything else in this story.
I'm with you 100%.
Yeah, he's a
area.
West Sider with that.
The city area of Chile.
He's got my take, and he's on the inside.
That's what I mean. Like, I was expecting to hear, like, he grew up in Ontario and he has, like, no reference to Chile. Okay, all right. All right, so I guess the three theories we're going with.
We cracked the code. What is it?
Kimmy's theory that it's a vintage piece of clothing she wore herself along with her high-end purse. Tommy's theory that this was either a spite breakup or it's a husband-boyfriend sweatshirt. Or Darrell's theory that she's a criminal. And Jordan pushing it forward, she's a Chile City criminal with all them skyscrapers out in Chile. Let's take a break.
All right.
There is a company that's having a rough morning this morning.
What company is that?
Well, you run contests to try and attract people into your business.
Yeah, sure.
And this would have worked for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Good news is there were a bunch of people that woke up yesterday and found out that they won something big.
Nice.
Bad news is, like a lot of people, like thousands of people, found out they won this big thing.
Wow, they got that many prizes. Huh?
They don't, though.
Oh.
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Oh, this isn't good.
What happened?
It's really bad PR for one big international company.
Oh.
However, as much as they made this mistake, you are kind of a dick when they tell you, hey, look, we screwed up and I'm sorry and we don't have anything here. If you're going to fight for that thing, you're kind of a dick.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. Tim Hortons has itself a problem.
Tim Horton.
Yes. Up in Canada, where they're from, they're running a promotion giving away a whole bunch of high-end stuff to customers. And they accidentally sent out emails to thousands of customers in Canada telling them they had won a boat.
A goddamn boat?
Worth $40,000.
Wait, that's like a cruiser.
That's a big old boat. We don't know how many of these emails they sent in total, but right now on Facebook, there are 2,000 members of the Tim Hortons You Want a Boat group who all got the email that said they want a boat.
Okay.
Now, obviously, Tim Hortons does not have thousands of boats.
Yeah, like a fleet.
You got it. And they sent a follow-up email just a couple of hours later to the not-so-lucky winners saying, look, disregard the first email. There was a mistake.
Okay, but does that hold water?
Well, it does.
For my fake boat.
It does, because there is, fine print that says if there's a mistake, they can cancel the promotion anytime.
I don't think the Canadian Navy has that many boats.
They have a Canadian Navy?
Yeah.
You serious?
They got ships.
Why would they need a Navy?
In case somebody wants to kick their ass.
I assumed that we were going to take over for... I don't know. Is that weird?
Mexico got a Navy.
Mexico? Why would Mexico need a Navy?
Because they got people that want to hurt Mexico.
No, I understand, but they don't have a big enough Navy to defend themselves against a superpower. That's when we come in. We're getting off track here.
I'm just saying they ain't got our. They don't have the Sixth Fleet.
Okay. Despite the fact that Tim Hortons put in the fine print that they are all well and clear,
off the hook.
The people who won the boats or thought they did don't want to give it up. And they are now threatening a class action lawsuit to get their boats.
But didn't this happen with Pepsi and a fighter jet years ago?
No.
And the guy fought to get the jet.
The fighter jet story was a joke.
Yeah, it was one of those things where they advertised it as a joke.
And he fought to get the jet?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. People were like, hey, you put it in the ad.
There's a documentary about it. But, look, Tim Hortons is in the clear here. What makes this funnier, however, is the exact same thing happened at Tim Hortons just last year when they accidentally told a bunch of people they had each won $10,000.
Oh, Jesus.
So the boat winners could end up getting something because each of the folks who thought they won $10,000 ended up with a $50 Tim Hortons gift card.
Which is kind of like a boat, but not.
You got something. They didn't have to give you
But
anything.
if you're thinking you want a boat, there's a box of donuts. Yeah, that'll satisfy me.
Okay, but counterpoint.
Yeah.
You're a dick if you sue for a free boat that was obviously a mistake.
Might as well swing for the fences, though.
That makes you a dick.
Yeah. But if I hit, I'm a dick with a boat.
Okay, but you're not going to.
Yeah, but you'd feel pretty dumb, though, if everybody else jumped in on this and you didn't, and they all at least got paid.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? What if they got something out of it and you didn't because it's I didn't win a boat. I know that.
If it's a $50 gift card, okay, fine. If you lose out on the $50, no big deal. Look.
Yeah.
These people never won a boat in the first place.
True.
Right.
And unless they had a boat, and as soon as they got the email, immediately gave away the boat they had the moment they opened the email, you're not out anything.
Okay.
You're kind of a douche if you go to court for this boat.
But
you didn't, this isn't a situation where, hey, man, we got you a house. You sold the house. And then after you sell your house, the company's turns out we don't have a house for you. That I would understand going to court for because you have been out something.
Yeah.
This, you thought you had a boat for an hour, then you didn't have a boat.
But think about if you thought you had a boat, all the things you're planning to do with that boat, man. You're going to get into that
Looking
boating
into
culture.
where you're going to store it.
The fantasy is going to just be take over.
Wait, you're going to sue for a boat because you had an hour's worth of a fantasy?
Yeah, but you don't have boat fantasies. I do.
You hate boats.
But you're not nautical.
Neither are you. When's the last time you were on a boat?
A little while ago.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Tim Hortons up in Canada accidentally sent out thousands of emails to customers saying they had won a boat worth $40,000. It was an accident, but these people, the thousands of people, want their boats. They're threatening a class action lawsuit. Tim Hortons did the same exact thing last year. Told a bunch of people they won $10,000 cash up in Canada. Those people ended up getting $50 Tim Hortons gift cards. Chris is on CMF. Hey, Chris, what's up, buddy?
I hope those people get paid. Screw Tim Hortons. Every night they play that commercial with their dream cookies. And you know what? It's got a doorbell in the commercial. My damn dog starts barking, going nuts running around the house. I hope they sue the hell out of Tim Hortons, even though I once won a $100 gift card on the roll-up cup.
What a dick you are, Chris. What a dick.
But that stupid doorbell, though.
By the way, those cookies. Oh man.
Seriously, it's not helping their brand. I drove past 3 Tim Hortons. I'm not spending a cent so they get rid of that commercial.
They gave you $100, Chris.
Yeah.
No, I won it. I earned it by buying a cup. After they didn't have a commercial with a doorbell on it.
Chris, good luck with the pooch, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. You know, it's funny with these. We see these promotions go south more than we see them work for these companies. Like, why do they keep doing it? Because like McDonald's, remember the Monopoly game?
Oh my God, that turned into like an FBI manhunt.
Yes, legitimately. And over and over and over again, we see these promotions that they run where somebody's not happy, somebody gets hurt, something goes sideways, and then they have to either pay out or they take a massive PR hit. Like,
you don't see it as much anymore.
Oh,
With like the big prizes, like, you know, buy more, collect more, you get to win a prize. Like, I can't remember the last time I saw an ad for something like that.
I do miss McDonald's Monopoly. Even though it turns out we never had a chance,
Well,
I had a lot of fun as a kid.
Don't they
playing.
bring it back, but it's like with small prizes, like, you know, you win a free Coke or something?
When's the last time? Really? I don't know.
I thought they recently did it again, but it wasn't the same.
I thought Tops did the Monopoly one, right?
Yeah, they do a Monopoly
Maybe
thing,
that's
but
what I'm thinking
it's
of?
not the same as the
No,
McDonald's
you win like a
Monopoly.
tomato.
Yeah.
A really nice tomato.
An Uncle Pennybank's tomato.
Oh, nice one.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Andy. Hey, Andy, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Yo.
I just want to point out these guys are not only dicks, they're also idiots. That boat isn't free. You get that prize, you got to pay taxes, you got to get insurance,
Oh, you're
you got to get a
that guy.
boat lift.
Right.
Who's the dick? I wouldn't want the upkeep either, I'll tell you that much. I'm going to try and get a boat slip this summer. You're too late already.
Yeah, enjoy the maintenance, enjoy all the money, enjoy spending $6 for gas when you're out on the lake. Yeah, man, it's stupid. These people are dumb. Just let it go.
Why, Andy,
You get it to begin with, and you don't really need it.
I mean, I thought they were dicks, but you're coming in awfully hot on that.
Enjoy your summer there,
They're
Andy.
kind of playlist. They think they're in for a free ride. It's not free. That's like one of the things they say about prices, right? And stuff. You get slammed for all the taxes on the stuff you win. Nothing's free.
All right, Andy.
It's going to cost you money. It's not gonna be that great. But
Andy,
they have fun with their free boats.
Andy, listen, man, maybe like one less cup of coffee on Monday. You know what I mean? Like, I'm worried
Friday.
about you. Well, no, it's
I got
Friday.
you.
I'm just saying next week. Try it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
All right, Andy,
Right.
bye, Andy. I'm worried about Andy.
Yeah, I'm just staying away from Andy. If I see Andy this summer, he's just going to be shouting at people from the shore. Stupid idiot.
By the way, McDonald's up until 2015 still did the Monopoly game. They just kind of rebranded it as the Game Time Gold, something like that, but
Okay.
you still had the peely things.
I love the peely things.
Yeah.
Man, if you're going to give me, here's what a sucker I am. And so it has been 9 years since they've done the Monopoly game. You said 2015?
2015, but it seems like they still do it just under different. They just call it something different, you know?
If you give me the option to spend a little bit more money at a restaurant and there's a game piece I can pull off a fry or a soda or a burger, I will always spend more money.
Okay.
Oh, every single time.
You're a gamer, though.
I don't
you
know.
like that. But you also like to gamble in lottery and stuff.
Yeah, but it's like the lowest. Like, remember they would add extra pieces at McDonald's on like the sandwiches they were trying to push.
Yeah.
Right? Like the new sandwiches.
Yeah.
I didn't even like those sandwiches, but I would get those sandwiches to get as many game pieces as possible in a game.
So it works.
Yeah, but it turns out it was rigged the whole time.
Yes.
Because I'm an idiot. And by the way, there's a documentary on Netflix about it.
It's really good.
You need to check it out. So, all right, let's just go down the list here. Boat people are dicks.
Yeah.
All right, those people there that
I'm
want
thinking about the taxes.
Yep, you got that. Yeah. Andy needs to have one less cup of coffee. And if you offer me a game piece, I will buy whatever you're trying to sell me. All right, good. It's a situation that is, it's uncomfortable.
Okay.
And it's one that nobody is in often. So you can't even go to like people for advice on what to do. Because when you live in a neighborhood with folks, you think you know everything about them.
Yeah.
Until all of a sudden they're not there anymore.
Yeah.
And then the answers that you need are harder to get. Because you could get answers.
Yeah, but
you don't want. But you want the answers.
Yeah, but there's a delicate thing here.
We'll get into what's going on in Tommy's neighborhood. Next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. When it comes to your neighbors, you can know everything and nothing about them at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
You may know their daily schedule down to the minute, but have no idea what they do for a living, despite living across the street from them for like a decade.
Oh, yeah.
And that has one person in this room in a bit of a situation.
Yeah.
Because something happened at his neighbor's house, but he don't know what.
Nope.
And unless this man walks down the street and opens his mouth to the people that are there, he's never going to know what happened, which bothers him more than anything in the world. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll jump right into it. So what's going on out there in Pittsford, buddy?
So, the neighborhood I live in is old. It's an old neighborhood. It's built around post-war, and so are most of the people. So, like, most of our neighbors are in their 90s.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, it's mostly women.
Okay.
And
guys don't make it to the 90s.
No guy makes it to 90. Especially that generation. Between the charcoal steaks and the charcoal you put in your lungs, you ain't making it.
But you were
so we noticed that one of our neighbors, we haven't seen them in a while, and lived alone, and they're just like, we came back from Chicago to see my stepson. Nothing's going on. I'm like, man, did he take the big pass?
Okay.
Maybe nurse at home, maybe hurt himself.
Okay.
We don't know. And I don't know. And we don't have any way of knowing what happened to him. Because I haven't, he's outside once in a while with the walker. Who knows?
Okay.
So you don't know what happened. Is the place going up for sale?
Gotcha.
What's the deal?
Okay. Can I ask?
We get new neighbors.
Can I ask you a question? Do you want to know out of concern for his well-being, or do you want to know for the sake of neighborhood gossip?
Both, because I really like this guy.
Okay. All right.
He was the one dude that I talk to in the neighborhood on a regular basis, believe it or not.
Well, no, that makes sense based on you two being so similar in age. I don't know why you're getting upset with me.
But you know what I mean? Like,
so have there been like people in and out of the house?
You're just watching what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But that don't mean nothing either.
No, you're right. You're right. Because you're right. Like, if this man is dying, it's not like he's going to knock on your door and give you a heads up about it. Hey, this is the end. Here's your Tupperware back. Okay, but if there's people in and out of the house, when there's somebody over there, you could just go knock on the door.
I don't know these people.
Yeah, and
I
more
don't want to be that
activity
person.
than usual. Yeah, and what are you asking once you get there?
No, but I mean, it's pretty. Wait, you said you don't want to be that person. What's wrong with being that person?
But hey, noticed a lot of stuff going on around here.
Yeah.
It's just kind of being nosy.
That's a step too far for me.
All right, Kimmy, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let's say, God forbid, you lose a grandparent.
Okay.
And you're there cleaning out their house.
Yeah.
Would you think a person knocking on the door to make sure that your grandparent was okay was rude?
Well, but you're not asking if they're okay. I don't know.
No, you could ask that. Like,
I
hey,
guess. Yeah, I don't know.
So you remember
it's a little. I don't know how people are
It's
processing it either.
I don't know if it is.
Okay, so this happened to me when my parents both went into the nursing home at the same time.
Okay.
And we were cleaning out the condo. So we got this like big dumpster out front, right in front of their condo.
That's a terrible way to talk about your mother.
And my brother and I were throwing stuff out and going through stuff. And here come the nosy ass neighbors, right?
Yeah.
So the one guy, he comes over and he goes, "Oh, where's Mike and Edie?" And we go, "Yeah, nursing home." "Oh, that's terrible. You're throwing that out?" "Oh my God, you're throwing that out." And then I said, because that's a sin. You shouldn't throw that out. And I looked at the guy. I go, "You want it?" He goes, "Nah, I don't want that." Like, you had to deal with all those people, and it's a pain in the ass because we had like a week to do this.
Yeah.
And to get it out of there because the whole, the condo association would be screaming that there's a dumpster out there. So we're hustling around, and then you got to deal with all these rubbernecking dicks coming around to see what happened to their drinking buddy.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is it rude to intrude when a family is there in that neighborhood? Because here's the thing, man.
I don't even know that's family. I don't know who these people are.
All right, whoever it is, but assuming that they passed away is not the right thing to do. They could have gone into a nursing home, like you said. They could be selling the place for cash to help out their kids and grandkids and simply downsizing. They could be moving into an in-law apartment with their kids and be totally fine. I mean, Tommy, you could think this guy's dead for a year and then bump into him at Wegmans.
Right, that's true.
Right?
And it's a miracle.
I mean,
he lives.
And people are curious creatures. You more than anybody, because you need to know everything that's going on at all times.
Yeah, because I'm the only one that's on Facebook and on the internet.
If you do not go and knock on the door, this is going to eat you.
Oh, it will. Yeah. And I'm going to be peeking and looking too.
Peeking and a looking and a peeking. 252 WCMF, what's the right thing to do here?
But if you go over there, you better be prepared for bad news, and you better come with an out. Because
what do you mean an out?
You better find a way to end the conversation.
Ooh,
because
right.
now what do I, if this person, let's say it is a family member, it's a child, sibling, whatever, of the person that passed. Let's say they get upset when they're telling you
Start breaking down
all the information that you came over and had to, the information you seek.
Okay. What is this, Lord of the Rings?
I now don't know where to go from here.
You can prepare
No,
yourself.
man, you got to start backing up quick down that. You got to start walking backwards down that driveway,
Do
man.
I have to offer help? Do I have to offer something because this family's now dealing with a loss? I guess just be prepared for the bad news.
How are you two so socially inept?
No, but she's right. It's those things you don't see that could knock your ass down.
I think most people assume that people could get upset when you're talking about a potential death or something.
And I'm not good at that.
Okay.
It's not my thing. Like snooping and a looking and a snooping, I'm good at. Grieve listening, I'm not that good at.
Okay, but it's not hard. You sit there, you let him talk.
I love when people tell me that. It
not.
is hard.
No, it's not. You just have to sit there. I'm sorry. Oh, my goodness. No, I understand. I went through this with blah, 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 blah. Well,
I don't have good grieve face.
Every face you make gives me grief.
I'm a grief giver.
He's a grief giver.
Here he comes now. What happened to your dad? My.
Look. No, I think it's totally appropriate for you to go knock on the door and talk to the family. And I think that it's also the right thing to do. Because if you find out what happened, let's say your neighbor, God forbid, did pass away.
Yeah.
Well, now you have the opportunity to get a Stouffer's lasagna, and next time they're over, bring it over, ask if they need any help, right? They may have questions for you.
But I don't want to do all that.
No, but Tommy, look at it this way. You live next to that guy. You were in proximity to him more than those family members.
Yeah, we talked.
Yeah. So they may have things to ask you.
Okay.
Depending on what happened. The right thing to do, and I don't think it's inappropriate, is to go and be genuine and knock on the door.
All right. I'll do it.
No, you won't.
I won't.
You're not
Maybe
gonna.
let your wife handle it. She's going to want to do it, right?
Well, yeah, because she's lived there longer.
Eventually, yeah.
Look at you. Oh, yeah, no, I'm out. Oh, no, anyway, I can get out of it.
Yes.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Tommy's neighbor, all of a sudden, older gentleman, isn't there anymore. And he doesn't know what's going on.
And this has happened a lot in these neighborhoods like mine. They're just older neighborhoods there's a changeover, unfortunately, due to, time.
Yeah, absolutely. But he doesn't know what happened. He sees what he thinks. Some people, maybe family, going in and out every once in a while. He's dying to know what happened because he's a gossip queen.
Right.
But he won't go over and ask. And you'll never know. You'll never know.
But this is the second time this has happened to me because it happened when I lived in Webster, too.
It bothered you so much that you're still talking about that.
But, bro, but because it was a younger person and I didn't see them anymore.
Did you ever find out?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh.
In bed.
Oh.
Bro, in bed.
Bro, we have...
What?
We have Karen.
I'm just saying.
What are you? I'm not the only one looking at you
Bro,
right now.
I'm not saying names. Nobody knows
No,
me.
I know you're not. You're just... You could have said that word, but it's never mind. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Carol. Hey, Carol, how's it going?
Good. How are you guys?
Good.
I just want to preface my call by saying how much I enjoy your program. I switched over to you when a major person in the radio business in Rochester changed his hours, and I listened to Tommy years ago. I'm so old. I remember when his real father used to get on the radio once in a while with Weiss, and I enjoy his sense of humor.
Jesus Christ, you ain't got long.
I'm afraid of that. And I know I'm subjecting myself to all kinds of ridicule by making a phone call, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Okay,
Anyway.
Hang in there, Carol. You'll beat that goiter.
My husband passed away in December.
Oh, I'm sorry,
and we live in an HOA type community. It's single family houses, but it's a community. And he passed away in December. And I have to say, it meant a lot to me for people to come around and ask what happened to him.
Oh, all right.
All right. Well,
was your old man liked in the neighborhood?
Yes, he was a big gardener. He had a lot of flowers, and he kept our yard looking impeccable. And people would walk by and say, "Oh, we love your flowers," So I'm sure I'll get a lot of that this spring when people start to come out of their houses and take a walk past.
But you
our
like
home.
it.
But Yes, I enjoyed. I really appreciated it.
Okay, now Carol. First of all, sorry about your husband. That's
Yeah,
terrible.
me too. Me too.
Thanks.
I was gonna say that too, Carol.
Okay, that's not hard to do if you're
No,
genuine.
but you beat me to it.
No, I didn't. You had it. You were talking over the last 30 seconds, Carol. The example you're giving is a little bit different than we're talking about here because, like, you lived in the house with your husband, obviously.
Yeah.
So your neighbors they were familiar with you, like they knew you, like they knew your husband. So for them to come up and say, "Hey, how's everything going? Oh my God, I'm so sorry." In this case, Carol, Tommy would be introducing himself to the first time to people who he doesn't know that are there at the house, and then having to get to the bottom of what might have happened.
That's okay too.
Okay,
in my
Carol.
opinion.
Because see, Carol, like, it'll be. This is terrible to say.
Oh, why don't say
Oh, here we
that
go.
first?
It's just like eventually Carol's gonna pass, and then
How did you say the worst possible thing?
Seriously.
No, I'm gonna pass you. We're all gonna pass.
Well, why didn't you start with you then? Because you could have used you as an example.
And then when those neighbors start looking around, hey, where's Carol?
Yeah, where's Carol?
Carol, what happened to Carol?
Yeah.
She let the house go into her old man died. She didn't do the flowers anymore. She's sitting around drinking, listening to the break room in the morning, chain smoking on her deck, playing pinochle.
That's that me.
She's never out of her bathrobe.
Well, Carol, thank you for the call. Great to talk to you,
Thank
Carol.
you for listening all
right.
these years, Carol.
No, she
You're
said that
welcome.
she said that you sucked until a second ago, and then she came back. Bye, Carol.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for listening for all these years where you weren't listening. I'm only back to you because the other guy changed his hours. This is what she said right to your face.
But I'll take it.
30 years in the business.
Take it.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We've been slammed with mics all day.
Oh, man.
lot of
Building up
mics.
for your weekend.
Got that?
I was
Mics-
laughing too hard at my own stuff.
Mike's on Facebook, Mike's on phones. We got 2 mics on hold. Let's talk to Mike 1. Mike, what is Tommy supposed to do here?
All right, so Tommy's wife needs to go to the neighbor's house with Tommy in tow right behind her and stand at the door and say, my little Tommy is very sad because his play buddy, like a little schoolboy, hasn't seen his play buddy in a while, and he's a little worried about what's happened to him. That way Tommy doesn't have to be involved. He can hide and cower in his wife's shadow like he usually does, and he can get the answers that he wants.
Not a bad idea, Mike.
Mike, would you feel
like
would you go next door and talk to the family members if you were in this situation?
Yeah, absolutely. I have an elderly neighbor that lives next to me. I see him out on a regular basis, and he hasn't been out in a while. It's been winter, but I see him. I can see him in the window, so I know he's still around.
Okay, now it's starting to get creepy, Mike. Starting to get creepy.
Hey, I'm old Mike. Where's that old son of a bitch at, man? I used to love that old bastard.
And
Where's he at? Is he dead?
Silverback peaking Tom. But like if his kids' cars were over there all the time and I hadn't seen him in a while, yeah, I would stop over and be like, hey, what's going on? I haven't seen Joe in a while.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, your man dead? Hey.
Mikey, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Oh, we got Facebook messages coming in again. We're talking about Tommy's neighbor, older guy. Tommy likes him a lot. Hasn't seen him in a while. House has people coming in and out, folks that you don't recognize.
Right.
I mean, Tommy's worried he may have passed, God forbid.
Sure, you don't know.
Could have gone into a home, moved into an in-law apartment, downsized, whatever, but he wants to know. He's also afraid to go talk to these people that he assumes are family members. We got Facebook messages coming in. Sit on hold. I'll get back to you guys in here in a second. This Facebook message comes in from Rita. She says, a neighbor who is a dad across the street wasn't at his house anymore, and family was there for a week after. One of the neighbors told us he passed, so we brought flowers and knocked on the door. He was on parole, violated, and was sent back to jail.
Oh.
We didn't know.
Oh, man.
Didn't think about that as an option.
Well, it's also proof you can't rely on neighborhood gossip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
True.
Because you'll just make stuff up to get people off your front lawn.
Oh, absolutely.
252 WCMF. We'll take one more call. This is probably the one that's going to help you.
All right, good.
Mike 2's got the last word. Hey, Mikey. What's up, buddy?
Hey, I had a neighbor, 86-year-old lady that lived next door to me, and she didn't show up, come out and get her mail and stuff for a day. She's usually out there when I check the mail. So me and my wife walked over, I'd say about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. She's in there hollering, help, help. So we went, front door was locked. We went around into her garage, into the side door. She was laying on the floor. She ended up breaking her hip. We ended up calling the ambulance.
Oh, she had one of those little things in her neck. Or falling and can't get up.
Yeah.
Life alert.
Yeah. I mean, I love how you pretend like you don't know the name, like you haven't
was
had this
complicated.
conversation with your doctor multiple times. But you were saying, Mike, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but, they ended up taking her to the hospital and everything. She was in the hospital for quite a while.
You saved her life.
Yeah, more or less.
No, you're a hero.
She could have laid there on that kitchen floor and died. Who knows?
Yeah.
Great job, Mike. But here's the problem.
What's up?
Mike, I know you called up to try and encourage Tommy to be more outward, but the story you told is actually going to have the opposite effect.
With Tommy, yeah.
He wants no part of that. He doesn't want to have to save anybody's life. He thinks he's going to panic. So now, Mike, he's going to go even deeper into his little turtle shell because of the wonderful thing you did. Way to go, Mike. Way to go, Mike.
Sorry.
Mikey, thanks for the call, buddy. I'm sorry, go ahead.
At least I helped the lady out.
You did, Mike.
Bro, you saved that old lady's life.
You did, Mike.
You probably gave her a few extra days.
What the dick?
You know, the hip's tough to come back from.
The hip tough. Mikey, have a good day, buddy.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with that crap.
You mean saving a woman from dying?
Man, old lady on the floor wailing.
Which was the least popular Bob Marley song?
Wailing.
It's not the song, you idiot. That's
Wailing.
jamming. That's jamming.
Well, that's the only song I know. I hope you're not wailing too. Wailing.
My wife is going to lose it on you next time she sees you.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
I don't think your wife doesn't like Jamaican music. She told me she doesn't like reggae. She said she likes jazz more than she likes reggae.
No, she didn't.
No,
Yes,
that's
she did.
you.
We had a conversation
You're
about
describing
music.
yourself.
I like a little reggae.
I thought you didn't like any of that.
A little.
Oh.
All right, let's take a break.
I don't want to look like one of those people
What do you mean?
that don't like reggae.
Oh,
I thought you didn't like any vacation music, period.
because he's on vacation in his mind at all times.
Steel drums, out on those.
Wailing. Hope you like wailing too.
This food, despite its deliciousness, has fallen away in popularity over the last probably 60 years.
60 years? That's an old-timey food?
Oh, it is old-timey food, but it never really went away completely.
Yeah.
And it turns out, based on the economic climate that we're in right now, it's back, and it's back hard.
Oh, so it's poor people food.
So here's the thing. It is, I guess, poor people food, but it's so effing delicious. You would have thought there'd be a space for this on...
Oh, I know what it is.
Oh, do you?
Oh, I got it.
We're going to figure it out.
I got it, baby.
Next here in the break room at 96.5 WCMF. The old hits never really go away, Tommy.
Really?
And this story's proof of it.
What happened?
Well, this food was a staple of our grandparents and the GIs overseas.
Oh, yeah.
It's found its way back to our dinner tables.
It kind of made a resurgence a few years ago, if I got the right thing.
Well, we're going to find out.
Okay.
And let's be real. There are worse things you could be eating.
Oh, yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get right into it. What food do you think it is?
Spam.
Ladies and gentlemen, Spam is back.
Because Spam kind of came back in the early 90s.
It did?
Yeah, they even sold like Spam t-shirts. You could buy Spam merch.
Yeah, I do remember the Spam merch. I told you I played the Spam slot machine. Big fan of the Spam slot
And
machine.
you know where Spam is huge?
Hawaii.
Yes, because of the GIs, the Navy guys.
So a story this week in the Post talks about how canned meat in general has had a major comeback with American consumers. We're talking Spam, Vienna sausages, Libby's corned beef, and Chef Boyardee spaghetti. And
So is this all because of COVID? And we were buying all those
Stocking
canned
up.
goods, and then all of a sudden you found out you still like Vienna sausages?
No,
Could be.
that's not it.
What?
The reason is price.
Oh, yeah, cheap, yeah.
Yep. So the price
Stock
of
up.
price of other groceries have gone up. Beef is getting more expensive due to some health issues with livestock across America, whereas the price of things like Spam has actually gone down.
Look at that.
Just a few months ago, a can of Spam was $6. Today, it's around $5. Same for the canned corned beef and the Vienna
Man,
sausages.
fried Spam.
Bro,
it's
you
delicious.
ain't kidding.
But you know what Spam's really good on?
What's that?
What?
A pizza.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
pizza?
I'm telling you, man. If you put Spam, sliced Spam, if you make homemade pizzas, slice some Spam, it'll change your world.
Okay. Well, look, to your point. All right, first of all, I didn't see canned meats making a comeback in the American pantry. Like, this is a win for dads everywhere.
I'm surprised you weren't raised on this
No,
kind of stuff.
I was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Canned meat was big in our house.
You still like canned meat?
I love meat in the can.
Why didn't you tell me this, man?
Why?
I was just jumping on the old canned meat game. I'm getting involved.
Really?
Yeah, I got a little kiosk in the bedroom.
So there's a business?
Oh, yeah.
What's it
yeah.
called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Bend Over. I'm going to put meat in your can.
You'd think I'd learn after all these
specific.
times. I'm always getting sodomized.
Sauce.
But no, to your point, Spam is a miracle product that you
Yeah.
can use for every meal. Spam and eggs is delicious. Spam and cheese Sammy, fried Spam with grill onions.
Just don't ask what's in it. Just don't read the snout to Spam index.
Is Spam that bad for you?
It's whatever is left.
I don't
over.
know. You say that about everything that's meat that you can't identify.
It's snout. It's all the things that they throw away. That's how it became so. That's why the GIs did
I
it.
don't
because they,
trust you.
Because when they stripped these animals down inside the slaughterhouses, they had all this stuff left over.
Yeah.
So you're getting tail, buttle area,
You're not getting
snout,
no
tongue. You're getting tongue.
Shut up.
You're getting
It says it's very high in fat, calories, and sodium, and low in important nutrients such as protein, vitamins, and minerals.
But
But it
other
tastes so.
than
Wait, it's got to have some
It
protein.
contains
It's
a
got
lot of
fat.
preservatives.
No, it's all fat.
Yeah.
I thought fat was protein.
I don't know, man.
And it doesn't
Were you
seem
looking
like
for
it's
protein?
great for
Yeah.
Shut up.
A little some protein.
Could you find out what part of the animal Spam is made from?
The rest of it. What do you think, man? Hoof.
Shut up! You wouldn't put no
Oh, by the
Jello
way,
is hoof.
Hey, testicle.
No, they're
And
not
dong.
putting dong and
There's
testicle.
ground dong and testicle in them cans.
No, because if that was the case, you'd have been eating Spam this whole time.
Yeah. So it's
Everything.
nope,
Entrails.
no, it's not. It's Spam is made from pork shoulder and pork ham with no other scraps from the hog.
Okay, thank you.
Bro.
What?
You know
They couldn't sell that.
they couldn't lie.
You're going to lie. A whole company is going to have 80 years of lying about what they're putting in their food.
So here's one of the things they can say.
Shut
They
up.
can say it comes from the shoulder.
You're
But they don't say where they stop, where the shoulder really
No, she
stops.
literally just said.
That shoulder could go all the way to the dong.
So it says
Shoulder, bones connected to you. Dong bone.
Spam's different from scrapple, which you're thinking of,
which, by the way, is also delicious.
which is all the chopped meats that's cooked and pressed together.
Wait a
That's
minute.
scrapple.
When I eat scrapple, I'm eating dong?
Could be.
Well, that probably ain't the only time. But let's just leave it there.
With prices in the grocery store, bringing people back to
Yeah.
Spam and other canned meats.
Canned meat.
How familiar is the average person under 50 with Spam?
I'm guessing not.
That's
Because it kind of went away.
And that's
right?
just it. That's the only thing that is weird about this. Because every once in a while, you'll see some elderly person at the grocery store getting Spam or those sausages, and you just assume they ate that as a kid or they ate it overseas as a service member,
Sure.
right? Spam wasn't really passed down to Kimmy and I's generation.
No, it shouldn't. Like, the only thing you would have would be canned tuna.
Well, okay, we had that. But no, I know Spam only because my mother was trying to save money. My kids, I don't think have ever had Spam once in their lives.
And they shouldn't.
Well, it's delicious.
But it is not good for you. I mean, it's delicious, but like, you're not poor, you're not struggling. You don't need Spam.
No, but I'm saying it's possible that people who have never had a Spam experience, a Spam-merience, if you will, are getting it for the first time.
And you're going to get hooked.
That is a hell of a leap of faith, though.
Yeah.
Like, any kind of used-to-be living thing in a can does feel like a risk. Because they do sell hens in a can. You guys know this, right?
Hens?
Cornish game hens.
Like a whole hen?
It's a whole hen in a can.
Oh.
Bone-in or boneless?
I don't know.
I mean, I know that they have canned chicken.
That too.
Tuna fish, stuff like that. But that's I feel like that's like a normal thing.
Okay, make sure I'm not making this up.
I've never seen that.
No, I think they sell it in the British section.
Oh.
And it's like a full
goddamn bird.
The mini
jammed.
It's like in a jelly.
Ugh.
And
that's got to be so nasty to pull out, man.
I'm
it's
not
like chicken birth.
No, my wife made something with it one time.
But you can buy Cornish game hens.
No, what do you want from me, man? Maybe it's not a Cornish. It's some kind of bird.
Right.
It is some kind of bird jammed into a can.
So, yeah, you can buy a canned whole chicken.
Maybe that's what she had. 252 WCMF. If I'm making that up, can you buy Cornish game hens in a can?
Yeah.
How do you know it's not good? Because Spam's delicious.
It is.
Right.
But I also have to look at, I'm not pulling out an animal called Spam, where I can see its face and stuff.
You don't
it's
see a bird's face.
It's a brick of meat.
That sounds worse than an actual bird, a brick of meat.
Like a dead bird in a can? That sounds so gross.
You want
man.
a dead bird in a can?
Yeah.
You're not going to believe this. The zoo has this new exhibit this weekend.
Yeah, what's it called?
Shut up. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Spam, amongst other canned meats, are making a comeback due to the price of groceries in America. We're talking Vienna sausages. We're talking that canned corned beef. But Spam seems to be the big one. So this has to be people that grew up struggling, now going back to their roots.
It would have to be like somebody my age or old.
Well, no, because if it's this popular, like Spam says, they haven't seen numbers like this in decades. So it's more than that.
All right.
Would you be upset if your wife brought home Spam?
No, I'd eat it.
But you don't eat anything. You're a bitch.
I know, but I'm going to eat it. That's one thing I haven't had in so long that I'd have to get out the frying pan and crank it up. Man, Spam and eggs?
Yeah.
Oh, come on,
bro. I'm with you.
That smell. I don't know what it is, man, but it's delicious.
There's a place around here, and I forget who it is, who makes a fried Spam, grilled onion, meat hot sandwich, and it is out of this
No kidding. That's gourmet.
World. Oh, my God. No,
You would make a fortune if you had, like, some kind of, like, low-end meat gourmet sandwich.
You mean
Probably
every
exists.
sandwich that's
No,
sold
like,
in Rochester?
like unique, like a Spam, something like that, like a Scrapple. Like if you had a Scrapple Spam meat truck, and you could shrink wrap it with the Spam logo on it.
I think the Spam people might want to talk to you about it.
Yeah, but you give them their cut, but you'd have a line of fatties.
Well, no, because, again, you'd be unfamiliar with the Spam.
I
No,
almost
but
think
you
you'd
get
have
all
to
the old
trick
school
me into
fatties
it.
like me.
I don't think you'd advertise that it's just Spam.
I would go to a
No,
just
I'm
Spam
telling
food
you,
truck. Yeah, he's
Spam
right.
stands alone, man.
He's right.
Okay.
I mean, Kimmy, if you
It's a little that meat that could actually stand up on its own.
If you Google Spam recipes, you're gonna
No,
even
I know.
see.
I've seen stuff on. I've seen it on like like you said, like late night, that kind of late night food menu.
Like he brought up, Hawaii, Polynesia, all the places we were in World War II and Korea.
Where the GIs dropped it off, man. The people there went nuts for it.
But you see high-end, super expensive restaurants that have dishes that include Spam.
You can get those Hawaiian pizzas that you like.
Yeah, I love Hawaiian pizza.
With the Spam instead of the ham.
Oh, whoa.
Island ham.
Island ham. The only strange thing about this story, because, again, we told you that Spam is making a comeback, Vienna sausages, the canned corned beef, and the Chef Boyardee spaghetti and meatballs. People buying Chef Boyardee canned spaghetti and meatballs to save money is dumb.
Yeah, because spaghetti and sauce pretty cheap.
Yeah, that's the cheapest meal
That's
you
got to
can
be.
make.
That has to be a lunchtime memory for a kid that you were raised on SpaghettiOs, Raviolios, Chef Boyardee, all that stuff.
My husband loves Chef Boyardee.
I hate that
and
stuff.
no, he's right. It makes me mad because he doesn't like pasta. But
That's
he'll
insane.
But he'll eat Chef Boyardee.
Which is like the worst.
If you gave me You know, they got the regular can of SpaghettiOs with meatballs, and
Yeah.
they got the big one.
Mm-hmm.
If you gave me the big can of spaghetti and meatballs,
Yeah.
I could open that sucker with a can opener and eat the whole thing cold.
Okay, so
No.
you're going to tell me that's your go-to
Yeah,
pasta.
and you can't say it's better
No.
than the stuff that you can get at any Italian restaurant.
And you
Hold
can.
on.
And by the way, pasta is so inexpensive at the grocery store.
I'm with you.
man.
That's what's strange about it. Like,
Yeah.
the Spam makes sense. The Vienna sausages make sense.
Raviolios.
Yeah, although raviolios are so good. Look, okay, I'll put it this way. If you just had a regular plate of spaghetti and meatballs in front of me, or a big old bowl of SpaghettiOs with meatballs,
No.
I don't know where I'm going,
No.
but it wouldn't be the easiest decision
I'm
I've ever
going to tell
made.
you something else. That food will have you ripping ass for days.
Shut up, man.
No, that is gas in a can, man. Because you get the SpaghettiO farts. You know them long ass farts you get sometimes. They just go on for like 12, 13 seconds, which is a lifetime of a fart. You could crop dust forever.
SpaghettiO farts.
Oh, they're the worst, man.
Do kids still eat SpaghettiOs? I don't know if my kids have ever had SpaghettiOs. Now that I'm thinking about
But
it.
again, they don't need to have that stuff.
No,
They're
but-
healthy, rich kids.
Shut up.
What?
Healthy rich kids.
But they are.
No.
I'm not saying that to be mean.
It ain't about saving money with
You're
SpaghettiOs.
Yeah,
getting enough
I think it's
sodium in your
I
diet.
think it's just preference and ease of just heating. You could just heat it up.
Yeah, like my kids ate
Yeah.
box mac and cheese all the time when they were
Yeah.
kids. That's like 40
Yeah.
cents a box. It was just like the ease of doing it. And kids love that stuff. Now I feel like a bad father for not sharing Chef Boyardee and raviolis
Well,
and
you better go to the
SpaghettiOs.
store today, load up on your Spam, SpaghettiOs, and Vienna sausage.
I think if I brought Spam in my house, my wife would lose her mind. Like,
course
freak
she
out
would.
on me. I don't know if my wife's ever had Spam.
And she grew up tough.
Yeah, but her dad was off the island, right? So, like, they ate nothing but, like, fruits and vegetables all the time.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. And, like, gross ones, too.
Gross vegetable?
Star fruit. You ever had that?
Yeah, I love that stuff.
Ugh.
Never had a star fruit?
No, I've tried it. It's gross.
Oh,
Why is it
starfruit's
white?
No, it's green.
Okay, what am I thinking of? It's like white with like dots in it.
Is dragon fruit?
Dragon fruit, yes, that's what I'm thinking of.
Dragon fruit
yeah.
I've not had.
That's gross.
But I love me some star fruit.
My wife makes me my breakfast every day. She makes me like a fruit salad because I'm not allowed. She told me I'm not allowed to have eggs anymore because that's the kind
Why?
of man. I'm worried about your cholesterol. Which, by the way, perfect.
I was going to ask you
Shut up.
about your cholesterol.
No, I'm just saying, like,
Grandpa.
I'm a 37-year-old.
How's your blood work?
I'm a 37-year-old man whose wife tells him he's not allowed to have eggs in the morning.
No, but you got to watch it because you're inching into the heart attack zone. Once you
Heart
hit
attack.
40, once you hit 40, you could have a heart attack.
Okay, but my wife, she makes me fruit salad, and she
All
was
right.
all excited. I want to take care of you. I'm going to do this.
This
for
is
you.
great.
Yeah, except like by the end of the week, she loses all motivation to do it. So this morning, I got
Just hands you a dragon fruit.
Kimmy, I got apples and pears for breakfast
Oh,
this
that's
morning.
not so bad.
Pears are disgusting.
Oh, I
Yeah,
like
they're out of
pears.
season too.
Shut up.
Yeah, I'm not a pear fan. I like fruit, but pear, I don't know
It's
what
not
it
at
is,
the
man.
top of my list, but I don't mind a pear.
I shouldn't be on anybody's list.
It's like, hey, you want a fruit that tastes like the ground? Want some ground fruit? All right, let's take a break. You know, we're talking about delicious food.
Yeah.
We've said for years, this place is the greatest restaurant in the greater Rochester area.
Oh, I can't wait to hear where it is.
Well, you got an opportunity to go visit this weekend, buddy.
Oh, wow, they're open. Okay.
No, we're going to be open. We're going to get into it. Next year, the break room. On 96.5 WCMF. every day's a good day to go to the ballpark.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
And looking for you, we got a bunch of ballpark days coming up.
Good.
You hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF joining us here in the break room, our good friend and baseball wizard extraordinaire, general manager of the Rochester Red Wings, Dan Mason. Mace, what's up, buddy?
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
Good. All right. I want to start with what you brought in here.
Yeah.
Could you please explain to our audience what we are eating right now?
We are eating Chef Keith's jambalaya.
Oh, man, so good.
Very
Makes you
good.
feel like you're in Nolans, right on Bourbon Street.
Got sausage,
Yeah.
shrimp, tomato, pepper, right?
Little chicken.
It's so good. You were
It
eating
is
too.
really, really good. I know
Sissy-
Tommy popped that thing right open.
Oh, yeah.
and-
Yeah.
You don't turn down jambalaya.
Well, no, anytime he gets sausage, he pops it right in his mouth.
And do it.
I'm telling you, it's the perfect kick, too. Like, it's you
Yeah.
get a little spice in there,
Yeah.
but it's
Yeah.
not overpowering. And then you tried to offer me hot sauce. I was like, no, thank you. I'm Irish. We don't do that. Where can I get the jambalaya?
You can get it at the ballpark. Right now, it's being served as a special on our suite level. But next week, next homestand, when we're back in town on April 30th, makes its triumphant return to the concourse level.
It's so good.
Jambalaya. Jubilation.
Well, no, Tommy, we've talked about how, like, Rochester does every food really, really well, except for maybe Louisiana
Yeah,
authentic
Southern food,
Cajun,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And, like, if you can get it at a baseball game. All right, so, Mace, you guys are in town this weekend. What do we got going on at the ballpark?
We're home tonight at 6:05. We're playing Klinger's favorite team, the Toledo Mudhens.
Oh. They don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I love how excited you got. And then you wanted to be the guy in the room that's like, oh, old reference.
Tommy knows what I'm talking
Of
about.
Of course
I
he
know.
does. Nobody under the age of 60
Kimmy has
does.
no idea who Klinger
No,
is.
I'm out.
You don't know who Klinger is?
You just said it.
Kimmy doesn't
By
know.
now you should know.
Why would she know about that
Because
show?
she's been in this room long enough.
Bro, it was off the air 5 years before she was born. Maybe longer.
Probably.
All right.
That's a classic show, though.
Okay, yeah, you guys grew up with it. You're old,
Yeah, but
man.
he was also part of a movement. You know what I mean? Like, he was the guy that started it all.
So
Toledo Mudhens. So Toledo Mudhens tonight at 6:05. Tomorrow at 1:05, and then Sunday game time 1:05. Kids can run the bases with Spikes and Mitzi, and it's our Autism Awareness Day. So we'll have lower sound levels on the PA and less stuff going on the video board. A more sensory friendly experience for families with whose kids have autism.
Fantastic. So you guys, like the last couple of weekends, have been taking a beating with the weather, and it looks like you're going to be able to like play all weekend, which is fantastic.
Yes,
Like, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, I feel bad for you guys and your staff because you guys work so hard all off season that 2-3 weeks leading up to the ballpark, you're there all the time. You got the lights on, days before the game, trying to get everything ready. And then, like, it's like start, stop. You're making videos with a guy in a sun costume on Instagram.
Yeah, it was. This has been the wettest start to April in the history of Aprils. So in the deep depression that I've been in the last 3 weeks, I've doing a lot of research on the weather.
Okay.
The wettest start to April in the history of Aprils in Rochester.
Does it really bother you that much personally when stuff like this happens?
Yes.
Well, I mean, Mace, you can't control the weather.
Yeah, but it puts the brakes on all his fun.
No, I get it, but like you can only control what you can control, Mace.
I understand.
You know, it's some weather machine, right?
No. I wouldn't look like this if I could control the weather.
Look great in that vest.
Well, thank you.
Dan Mason, general manager of the Rochester Red Wings. All right, so like early on in the season, it's straight up baseball. I know you guys have a lot of great promotions coming up later this summer.
Yeah.
Right? Are there ones that I should be looking forward to more than others?
Well, let's see.
I'm going to eat more jambalaya while you're talking.
Todd Packer from The Office. The Office night is always a very popular day. So he'll be coming in.
Why are you making a face?
I'm not sure which one that is.
He was the really rude road salesman. You know him as soon as you see him.
Wait, the comedian.
David.
Oh,
David
yeah, we've had
Ketchner.
her on the show before. Yeah.
I met him in the studio.
Yeah,
I want to be
long
part of this
time
company.
ago.
I know him too. Check me
I
out.
forgot.
Tommy.
I like The Office.
Check me out, guys. I'm cool too, Mace. I don't have a vest, but
But he wasn't like a regular. He was like side crazy guy.
Why?
What? He was good. He was really good.
No, but he had roles in a lot of other things
Oh, yeah,
too.
yeah.
God, I love you're such a. Oh yeah, he wasn't regular on there. But
No,
that'd probably be
he-
fun.
good guy, though, good
Probably
guy.
be fun. Probably be a good time.
Funny guy.
It's going to be a great time.
Yeah, of course
All right,
it
what
is.
else
You
we
guys
got?
do say it. What else we got
Yeah.
going on?
Let's see. The RPO will be playing their post-game concert on July 6th. Let's see. We'll have Grateful Dead night again.
Okay, well, yeah,
believe
because
it or
you're in
not.
charge. Can I go back to the RPO for a second? Sorry, I didn't swallow my jumbo. I almost choked on a piece of sausage, by the way. You almost had to give me mouth to mouth.
Oh, wow.
Do you see different people at the ballpark when you have RPO night? Because maybe I'm being naive
snooty
here.
people.
What's that?
Snooty people.
Well, no, I just
Fartsy with the fartsy.
when I think baseball and RPO, I think of two different types of people. Do you find a lot of crossover between baseball and RPO, or is it the higher crust folks that come out to the ballpark to watch the orchestra?
No, I think both of us look at it as an opportunity to turn on the fan base.
There's the dead again. Turn on.
Of each other's fan base and open their eyes to
what is this baseball you speak of?
No,
I am not familiar with that.
That's not what I'm saying. But it's. I think there's people that come to our games that maybe wouldn't go to the RPO, and they come that night, and they have an amazing time, and they realize what a great time it is, and hopefully they'll think about going to the RPO show in the future.
All right, there is something we may have to apologize for you for, or to you for, because last year you debuted a new item that you guys were selling food-wise.
What was that?
And we laughed our asses off. In fact, we laughed our asses off so hard, we made fun of it for weeks.
Well, we were just thinking, how would this work in a ballpark?
Last year, Mace, you debuted the soup at the ballpark.
Yes.
And Tommy, you were trying to figure out how you could eat soup while watching
Like, do
baseball.
you sip it? Do you
spoon it?
Yeah.
Is there a guy walking down, get your soup here?
And he's throwing the soup at you.
You said you've been crushing the soup game this season.
Yeah, the broccoli and cheddar sold out in 2 days. So
Well, that's
sold
your
out
top
so
soup.
fast.
No, broccoli cheddar's not your top
Oh,
soup.
that's absolutely
up
your top
there.
soup.
Yeah, it's
tomatoes
top 3
your top
soup.
soup.
Any
No,
cheese soup is number one. What's your number one soup?
Tomato soup's the number
Oh
one
my
soup.
Tomato
God,
soup's
weak.
good.
What do you mean weak?
I'm not eating your Dracula soup.
Shut the hell up. You're Italian. You should like tomato soup better
No,
than...
that's Parmesan roasted tomato soup. That's like high end.
That's
You're talking,
tomato soup.
But you never had that at your house. You had
I'm
tomato in a
surprised
can.
you went tomato soup.
I don't like tomatoes, but I love tomato soup.
Yeah, but your mother
Interesting.
served you that generic, no name, no Campbell soup.
Well, why you gotta hurt people, man?
Oh, that's my business.
All right, number-
Speaking of tomato soup,
Yeah.
yesterday we debuted roasted tomato and smoked Gouda cheese soup.
Gotta
Ooh,
see
that
cheese
sounds
soup.
amazing.
No, tomato soup
No.
with cheese in it.
Yeah, but the
Cheese
smoked
soup.
Gouda.
No, but
smoked
there's-
Gouda
is
with
the key.
and it's a roasted tomato. It's an elevated tomato.
Okay, fine,
You've never
whatever.
had a roasted tomato.
I've had roasted tomato.
Wait, when did your mother ever roast a
No,
tomato?
not my mother, but like now as an adult, I've had roasted
Oh,
tomato.
your wife, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, look what happened. Oh, I'm a sissy. You talking about your wife? Okay, I don't want to do it anymore. Mace, number one soup, go.
Oh boy, I like broccoli and cheddar.
Now get out of my effing face, man. Is that an
Yeah.
old guy thing? Is like no. with
No,
all
I
due
think,
respect.
I think that's an every person thing. Who doesn't like broccoli cheddar soup? As a kid, that's the only way I'd eat broccoli.
Right, yeah.
I don't remember eating broccoli cheddar soup as a kid.
Your parents,
Shut up, man. It's like the cheapest soup.
your parents cannot afford broccoli.
It's not. What's
Your old man wasn't bringing home broccoli money.
No, well, if you see him now at the ballpark, he ain't bringing home broccoli money now either. Or at least he ain't eating broccoli.
You talking about king soup?
He is. I think I would kill a bucket of soup.
Bucket?
That dude eats soup by the bucket.
We don't sell it by the bucket. You just get a nice bowl of soup at the
No,
front.
you know, like that mop bucket you guys have in the back, the reason it has red rings around it is because my dad keeps filling it with soup. That's why you sold out of broccoli cheddar in 2 days. My dad's secret soup bucket.
Wings home tonight at 6:05.
Maybe usually I'm the problem.
I'm just saying, he likes soup. All right, so tonight, 6:05.
Tomorrow at 1:05 and Sunday at 1:05, kids can run the bases.
Okay, and next week, the jambalaya is available to the general public.
Jambalaya will be available, making its triumphant return since 2019. We haven't served jambalaya. So it'll be back starting on April 30th.
All right, I'm telling everybody listening right now.
Yeah, it's really good.
If you like jambalaya,
Oh, yeah.
go to the ballpark next week.
It's the real deal.
Get your jambalaya.
Oh,
All right, Mace.
it's unbelievable, isn't it?
You got a jambalaya bucket ready to go?
I got a bucket. I got a bucket back in my office.
Stick his big ass spiky head right in there. Eat it from the bottom up.
Oh, your mom's going to be there?
I don't think that's going to work. Dan Mason, general manager of the Rochester Red Wings. Mace, always a pleasure, buddy. Thanks for stopping.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, you take a break. Dads will make mistakes. I don't know.
Like walking into this room with food. Hey, guys, want some Cajun food? This should work out well.
I don't know. Like, this poor guy made a mistake that he may never live down. And it was a story on 10 NBC this week. We'll tell you all about it next year in the break room on CMF. We all make mistakes.
Oh, sure.
And this mistake we're going to talk about, tiny little thing that anyone listening to the show could have done.
Yeah.
The issue, Tommy, it's a tiny mistake that has cost one local family hours on the phone and has the potential to cost them thousands of dollars. Wow. And the ass kicker.
Yeah.
The person who made this mistake is the one person in the house who was going to get the least amount of slack for doing it.
Oh, really?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 9:25, 9:30. It's Friday. You know what that means.
I think we're going to creep it out, buddy.
That's right. Creep Cap coming at you. And big day tomorrow.
Big day tomorrow. What's going on tomorrow?
In fact, it's a day that is so big, more Americans than ever in the history of this country will have the opportunity to legally celebrate it.
Really?
We'll tell you what it is just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy, story on 10 NBC this week. The Collins family is going on a once-in-a-lifetime vacation.
Wow, where are they going?
Mom, Dad, and their 4-year-old little girl are headed off to Europe.
The Europe.
The Europe. They picked up the big red Europe phone.
I said, Europe, I'm coming.
We're coming here.
Wow.
And that's an expensive trip, Tommy.
Oh, I'm sure.
So to save some cash, as a lot of people do, they used Priceline, a third-party...
To buy the tickets.
You got it, all that
cheapest
stuff.
available,
Yep,
usually.
Third-party site. They want to bring the cost down as much as possible. They knew what they wanted.
Okay.
They filled out everything they needed on the site, and they paid for the trip. Bing, bang, boom, done.
So they pay for the whole trip up front.
Well, I mean, at least the travel.
Yeah, which is the biggest part. So you're talking thousands of dollars.
Yep. Then came an issue.
What happened?
Dad, who was filling out all the information on the site, made an eensy-weensy tiny mistake.
What happened?
Well, his daughter's name is Chloe, Chloe. He accidentally forgot the letter L.
All right. So
Filling
you go
out her
back
name.
in and fix it.
Choey.
She became Cho.
Cho.
Cho. Daughter Cho. You would think you could just go back and fix it.
Yeah.
It's become a huge issue.
Why?
Well, if you're going to travel internationally, fun fact, the name on your ticket has to match the name on your passport exactly.
I would think if you travel, period.
Well, it might be the case,
Yeah.
flight-wise. So they went back to try and change it. And when they did, Priceline booked Chloe, or Cho, as an adult instead of a child.
Oh.
So they had to go back and fix that. And then after they did that, they accidentally left Cho, or Chloe, off the flight her parents were on. Then, when they went back to fix that, they booked the 4-year-old Chloe on her own separate European flight.
How cool is that for a 4-year-old?
The airlines can't help them directly because they book through Priceline.
All right, so Priceline's got to do it.
Exactly, but every time this family, according to the story, would call Priceline, they would get someone new who had no idea what was going on with their situation, and each one of them tried something different to make the problem better, and all of them kept making it worse.
So what happened?
Well, 10NBC got involved. The couple says since that point, they've gotten better service.
All right.
But even after the story was run this week, they say it isn't totally resolved yet.
That doesn't make me feel good of my flight soon.
Yeah, no kidding. And this sucks, Tommy. All that money potentially up
Oh,
in
my
the air.
God, yeah.
The stress with a vacation like this already, the issues.
And taking a little kid with you, too.
100%. And it's
She
all
ain't got to know that language.
it's all thanks to one letter mistake. And the person who made this mistake is the worst person in the family that could have done it.
Who's that?
Because when Dad makes that mistake, Dad will never hear the end.
You know why?
'Cause
there ain't no dad slack.
Put that on a T-shirt,
Ain't
sell
no
it in the rock
dad
shop.
slack.
Ain't no dad slack when she's gone.
The worst part, too, is Dad did it doing a dad mistake. Like, no dad can spell. Put that on a T-shirt.
You also can't spell.
I can't.
Are you a
but-
dad?
Like, I remember my dad, like, calling from different places in the house. How do you spell?
Yeah, I'm
and then
terrible,
whatever the word was. No dad can spell.
But it's not about spelling. It's his daughter's
I'm
name.
talking
He knows how
about
to spell-
names, too.
He knows how to spell his 4-year-old's name.
But almost every time I had to fill something out, when I go to hit send, it always shows me, oh, you didn't fill in these fields. Like, I always screw something up. I leave something out, or it's wrong.
How many dads were in charge of putting their kids' names on like the spelling of the birth certificate when their kids were born, and they spelled the name not as mom would have spelled the name?
252 WCMF. Is that a common thing?
I don't know. I bet you it is.
Because my wife filled out the birth certificates after she gave birth. But should I have done that?
I know a lot of dads who are kind of tasked with that role.
Now that I'm looking back on it, probably should have done that myself. You just gave birth to a child.
Yeah, true.
Okay. So here's the thing. We don't know this dad. He could be the most buttoned up, professional, smart guy that ever lived. But because he's husband and dad, we all have an image in our head.
Oh, yeah.
Careless, just wants to get it done.
Rush job.
Not paying attention. And then he screwed it up. Gentlemen listening, I want you to imagine this exact scenario that these people are going through with your spouse. Would your wife, your partner, your girlfriend be understanding and comforting knowing you already feel bad about what happened? Or would she blame you and be pissed? I'm asking you, Tommy, with your wife who loves you very much and you love her, you share a life together. You make this tiny little mistake, a mistake anyone could have made.
Yeah.
Is she understanding or is she livid?
I don't think she's livid, but she's going to go like, why'd you rush? I'm going to get lit up.
Okay. So you're telling me that as the weeks go on and the problem is not resolved.
Well, if it gets worse?
Well, it's going to get, like this exact scenario.
If it turns into like marriage quicksand, yeah, I'm in trouble. You're going to just see that helmet, that safari helmet, like on the Three Stooges. That's all that's going to be left.
Go from Mass to the Three Stooges. We're nailing it today.
Three Stooges, everybody knows the Stooges.
You want to talk about Abbott and Costello later? Or?
How funny were they?
Kimmy?
Yeah.
If your husband made this mistake, would you say, oops, mistake, anybody could do it? Or would you say this is what you get for being the lazy, not paying attention ass that I married? How dare you?
I don't think I would hold it against. He's usually the one that's more buttoned up than I am. Like, I could see myself making this mistake and him rolling his eyes at me. Okay. So it would be so uncommon for him to be the one that didn't, like, triple check. That I don't know. The bad part would be if you kept screwing it up.
Yeah, like my wife, when she does stuff, there's notes involved. She's writing stuff down. She's doing follow-up phone calls. I don't do any of that. I just wing it till I make it, till I can send it.
You know what's amazing to me, Tommy? Well, you hear Kimmy say, no, I wouldn't be upset. It's weird because we paint these scenarios that are common in households, right? But every time we go to Kimmy and we'll be like, how would this work out in your household?
You know I'm lazy.
Oh, actually, in my household, it would be perfect, and I love him, and I would never get upset because I'm like the best wife ever. I'm actually the silly one, guys.
But you know me. You know I'm lazy. I'm not the one that takes care of this stuff. Like, if he's the one that's going to put the effort into doing it, it's hard for me to be mad about it. Look, because I wouldn't do it right.
Okay. We can only hope for this man's sake that his wife is understanding and gracious and that she sees this as an error that anyone can make at any time. But, Tommy, if we're going with the law of averages here, this guy's got to be in hell.
He's in hell because it's so much money. And it's such a unique experience, and it could all get blown. That's the other thing, right?
Yeah. I mean, and like, here's the thing. It's the combination of the money and the time, too. Because money's one thing. Time is the other thing. When both of those things get jammed together, no one's patient. Like, I wouldn't blame this woman if she was out of her effing mind. Because you're just losing time that you could be doing other things to get ready for this trip with.
You're losing time, and it's going to get really ugly if the trip doesn't happen because of it. Because that's also a possibility.
Yeah, because there's a shot clock running on this thing.
Like, if you can't get one person on that plane, it's not happening.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this family. They're going from Rochester. They're going on a once-in-a-lifetime vacation. Mom, dad, 4-year-old daughter. Dad was filling out stuff on a third-party site, Priceline, to try and save as much money as possible. He was writing his daughter's name, Chloe, C-H-L-O-E. I made that mistake. He accidentally forgot the L, so she became Cho. They had to go change it because her passport has to match the ticket to travel internationally. They called up Priceline. All these mistakes kept happening. They booked her on a different flight. They booked her as an adult. And it wasn't until 10NBC got involved that they started getting better service from Priceline. But they say even now, it's still not totally resolved. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk about Michelle, or talk to Michelle. Hey, Michelle, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, Michelle, what do you got?
I'm from Rochester, so maybe it's something in the water with the dads. I am 41 years old, but my dad, when I was born, my mom named me Michelle, and my dad, for the life of me, for the first about year, maybe a year and a half, we have cards saved that are like birthday cards, like my first steps, whatever, and he always would write Michael.
Is there a Michael in the family?
I was named after my grandfather, Michael, but because I was a girl, they changed it to Michelle. But when I was born, obviously, he knew I was a girl, but he always would write Michael. And it wasn't even his dad. It was my mom's dad. So,
I guess it's not even in his head, right?
Did he think that's how Michelle was spelled?
Right. And he just kept on saying like, oh, well, I made a mistake. I thought that's how it was spelled. And I'm like, how do you get Michael and Michelle, and I spell it ELLE? You know what I mean? So I'm like, how the hell? But yeah, that's my dad.
All right, Michelle, so like your baby book.
Dads have a bad rap.
Okay, well, no, it's not a bad rap. It's you say dads are idiots is what you're saying.
Yeah, they just can't spell, I guess.
So, Michelle, with like the baby book that you have, does it all still say Michael, or is Michael crossed out with Michelle written next to it?
Exactly. It's crossed out, or you have the white out with, my name written over top of it, or it's blacked out with a marker. Oh, yeah. Yep.
Michelle, thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
Okay.
I think that's a pretty common story.
Dad doesn't know how to spell the kid's name.
Like, especially if it's a girl name. Like, I bet you how many Danielles or Daniels?
I don't know if I know how to spell.
Maybe that's what that Elton John song was supposed to be.
Danielle, my brother, you idiot.
Yes, it didn't work. But think about it, like that's gonna screw up. But that's a lot of pressure. You just had a kid. You got a million things on your mind, and the same thing like now. You're taking a trip. You got to take this. You got to take the kid with you.
Okay, this
they're
kid's
only 4.
In this case, he's had 4 years to spell it.
Yeah, but taking a 4-year-old to Europe.
He probably just
that's got to be. That's got to be a nightmare.
He probably just missed a letter on the typewriter on the computer.
Yeah, and that's more about double checking, I think.
But when you're taking a trip, you got a million things on your mind. Like that's a lot of pressure.
There is no. I'll give an excuse to this guy in the story. Absolutely,
right.
The story Michelle just told. There's no excuse.
How many times are you going to write
Michelle
it wrong?
is one of the hardest names to spell.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Because I've seen it spelled a million effing ways.
No, but
and so have you.
The standard is Michelle, Michelle, and that's how she said she spelled her name. Bro, my middle name is Michael. I didn't know how to spell Michael until I was like 19. I'm not even making that up.
I got a middle name.
Yeah.
Wow, your parents could afford a middle name.
No, they actually repoed it. That's why I couldn't spell it. I got it back when I was 19. All right, so if you make this mistake as a husband or a dad, the mistake this dad in the story on 10 NBC made, do you do all you can to fix it yourself, or do you move over and let your partner take the lead?
Ooh. They're both embarrassing. But if you let her take the lead, at least you're off the hook.
Okay, she's going to want to take over.
Yeah, I'm going to push it off on her.
Right? But here's the problem.
Baby, take care of it.
Here's your problem. If there's a lot of work to do to fix the issue, all the stress that comes with that fix from her is now your fault.
Yeah.
So not only are you in the doghouse for making the initial mistake, you're now responsible for all the stress she's feeling trying to fix what you did.
But the problem is, if I try to fix it and I don't end up fixing it, I'm in worse shape. If I can let her try to fix it, and then I'm going to go, well, baby, if you can't get this done, nobody can.
No, but
it's Priceline. They suck.
Okay, but if you can't fix it, you doing it yourself, you're an idiot.
Right, but
If she can't fix the mistake that you made, not only are you an idiot, you wasted all of her time.
It sounds like I'm going to be in trouble either way.
I know, so that's why you have to keep doing it yourself and pray to God it's resolved fast.
Yeah, I like pushing off on other people.
No, again, man,
What?
how do you not think this through?
I never think it through.
I know, that's what I'm trying to help you out here.
All right,
how am I giving you marriage advice? You need to take the lead here. You need to say, no, baby, I made this mistake. I'm going to take care of it.
Does that ever work out?
Well, look, you also get to keep all the twists and turns and other mistakes to yourself.
And you don't get any credit for fixing it.
Oh, but
because you put the family in a hole in the first place.
Well, yeah, you're not going to get credit for fixing your own mistake.
Yeah, there's no hero moment in this thing.
But it's better than her being super pissed off. No?
Let her be pissed off.
Okay.
They get over it. They get over it.
If you made a mistake that cost money and a European vacation, you think your wife would get over that?
They get over it, bro. Both of my ex-wives got over it.
Yeah, as soon as they signed the divorce papers.
They worked out.
Bro, I'm telling you, if we went to England last year.
Yeah.
If I had made this mistake and we did not get to go and still were on the hook for the flight, my wife would have left me.
Oh, sure.
Without question, my wife would have left me.
Like, even if she didn't, think of every vacation you take after that.
It's on her now.
Yeah.
And that argument, I have to do everything now. I'm doing all these things. I can't even trust you to do these things. I'll do it. No, I can't. I can't trust you. Let me take it off your plate. No. I have to do it. To talk to you like you're a child, little baby child. And the ass kicker with stuff like this.
What's that?
Again, it's a simple mistake.
Yeah.
For getting a letter, anybody can do it. Dad doing it, it's totally okay to light him up. If this were a wife who made this little mistake.
Oh, the switcheroo.
Yep. Not only do you still have all the stress to deal with.
Yeah.
You have to tell her that the mistake was no big deal, and you can't ever criticize her for putting you in that position Tell me I'm wrong.
No, you're absolutely right. It's complete BS, but you cannot. You can't say anything.
Tell me I'm wrong.
No, you're not.
Okay,
you got to eat it.
Yeah, don't say anything.
Okay, but how is that fair?
Of course, it's not fair.
Like
I know I made a mistake. I know this is bad.
If I did this and my wife was lighting me up, you'd be laughing your ass off.
You wouldn't even have
if
to.
If she did this, you would tell me to shut the hell up.
But here's the thing, like, I just know the look on your face would be enough. You wouldn't have to say anything.
But like, if she made the mistake, she would be going. Let's say your wife did this on her own. Any wife, did this, and then it goes south. She's gonna go. Oh, they make this thing so confusing. You know that it's not. It's ridiculous how they run these operations. How are they even in business? I would never use this service again, right? And I'd have to sit there and go, yeah, ridiculous, right?
Let's call Priceline right now.
Yeah, Mr. Priceline.
And by the way, not that you would want to tell your wife that she made a mistake and make a big deal out of it, but all the things she can say on account of your mistake as a husband, you are forced to keep your mouth shut or cause serious issues in your marriage.
And that's why marriage is a 50-50 partnership. And they take both halves.
Apparently, you shouldn't trust your husband or father of your children to put the name on the birth certificate.
Why?
So we got a tweet from Steve who said, "My wife comes from a family of 5. 2 of the kids have different last names on the birth certificate because dad was drunk during birth."
What?
Oh, he probably had a couple.
No, I don't blame him being drunk.
So he spelt his own last name wrong.
Or, like left out a letter or something.
Okay, like if you spell someone's name wrong on a birth certificate, how hard is it to get that changed?
I guess you got to go ask for a reissue of a birth certificate.
Do you have to like legally change somebody's name?
I
Because
was
that's their legal name.
Right. I think you would have to go back in and redo the document.
Well, no, but it would be more than that.
Oh.
Like, because that's their legal name. Do I have to like go to court and like petition something?
Like in front of a
how
judge?
do you officially change it? Yeah.
Yeah, like if I wanted to change my name, I would have to give a reason to a judge why change my name, go to court, explain to the judge why, the judge would make a ruling, and then
You're just changing that baby's name.
Yeah, but that
means
baby's
you got to bring the baby to court.
that baby's a person.
No, so you got to go to baby court.
Baby court?
All rise for baby court.
They can't walk. They can't.
Bailiff, bring in that baby. No, you put in a little bassinet.
But they would have a social security card. They would have all that stuff.
Do you get all that right away?
Yeah. You back when you were a baby, no. Now, yes.
Oh, wow.
That's why your social security number is 7. Wait, what?
You're
what?
so old.
Yeah, you are old. I wonder if you did get a social security card when you were born. I don't know what year it changed.
I have a card, but it's super old.
No,
raggedy.
I know you have a
No,
card.
I mean, it's old and raggedy. I've had it forever.
There was a point in American history where
babies didn't have them.
You got to a certain age and then you like
and then
apply.
you got it.
They didn't do social. Yeah,
It would have to. I mean, I think my parents must have done it when I was a little guy.
You mean like today?
Yeah, we're so little. You can tell me so little with no social security card. Probably number 7.
Let's take a break. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, we're gonna creep it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a creep cap coming at you, and tomorrow, more people will legally be able to celebrate this holiday in America than ever in the history of our country.
It's a legal holiday?
It is no, it's not a legal holiday, but they'll be legally
It's been
able
an
to
unofficial
celebrate.
holiday for a long time.
We'll tell you what it is. We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Tomorrow's the day, buddy.
What's that?
Celebrations, parties, discounts at dispensaries, and places where folks who imbibe in this frequent.
Yeah, but the next holiday is what? Memorial.
Oh, no. For a lot of people listening, the next holiday is tomorrow.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. By the way, Jolene's coming up. Jolene.
Take my music away, girl.
No, she won't. She's going to give it to you.
What's she going to do?
And she's got more stuff to give you. She'll be on in about 23 minutes. She'll be here till 3 o'clock this afternoon. And she's got your Aerosmith code word of the day. She's going to give it to you. Then you're going to go to WCMF.com, enter that code word for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Aerosmith with the Black Crowes, February 26, 2025 at the KeyBank Center. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com, and we've been telling you all week, this is Aerosmith's final tour.
Is it?
And Buffalo is the final show on the tour.
Wow.
So right now, this is the last show they will ever do as a band. So your opportunity to win those tickets, last day today, if I'm not mistaken, with Jolene between 10 and 3 here on CMF. We'll get to the big holiday story in a second.
Yeah.
But it is Friday.
Yeah.
You just run your mouth.
I try.
I mean, no consequence. Blah, blah, blah. 30 years. Take me out. Save your money. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's called the Creep Caf, and it happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it.
What man is buying a Monster Meat Stick?
Usually I thought your mom buys that one.
That one's $2.50.
She can make that thing disappear in 2 seconds.
What the F, man?
So salty and greasy.
Spend time
Man,
with this
that must
girl.
have been some magic stuff downstairs.
They're engaged now. Maybe it was more than the coochie.
Bro, but coochie come first.
Put that on a T-shirt.
No,
Coochie come
don't.
first.
Sell
Don't
it in
do
the rock
that.
shop.
Mama's got baby Gug. She gave birth in the backseat, son. Don't take a look. They're going to pass 1,000 dongs they could have. They could just hang their head out the window. Oh. There's 1 million dogs for chicks. I had one in Janner in Lexington and another in South Carolina. She passed away one day.
We'll never find out why.
Gator got her.
252.
Gator got her coochie on the old last Chahoochie.
Gator got her coochie sounds like a town in Florida. Where you from, Gator got her coochie?
Right next to Snatcha Coochie. You're going to drive for it?
My brother lives in Greece, and if he had food that I liked, leftovers, I would drive out to Greece to get in and bring it back to Henrietta.
Really?
Why are you so wasteful?
I don't know. I would
he's
drive to get
grossed
some of
out.
your mom's pie. I would do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's some good pie. Eat it all, though. But that anticipation, like driving with your pre-boner, was like one of the most unique experiences. Like you got a quarter to a half rail. Get
It's a
there.
long time.
Just thinking about it, man.
Jimmy, you got
it's the fantasy.
You got a half a boner and only a quarter tank of gas.
Heads went on the wheel. Boner love. It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, the Creep Cab on CMF. A very happy 420 this weekend.
Oh boy, here we go.
To all who celebrate.
Jesus Christ.
And for the few lamoids who don't know what that means, that's the International Marijuana
The
Holiday.
secret code, man.
I don't know how
So the
secret
man
it is
doesn't
anymore.
find out. Kind of lost its charm, though. 'Cause that's what it
Yeah,
was.
you're
It was
right.
a code.
It's not like an underground holiday
Right.
anymore.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah.
everything that was once underground
Sure.
eventually becomes mainstream, except for
Mm.
like heroin, hopefully. That being said, there are 3 things you need to know about 420 this week.
Yeah.
All right, so first off, this will be the largest amount of Americans since the beginning of this country that will be legally allowed to celebrate 420.
Wow.
With Virginia, Minnesota, and Ohio being the latest states to legalize adult use cannabis.
Okay.
So I believe 2 of them started this year. 1 won't be until 2025, but I forget which one. So, Tommy, despite the fact that it's more legal in America than it ever has been since they started implementing marijuana laws. Don't call me like, in the 1780s, you can smoke all you want.
But they didn't have no 420.
Well, no, they did. I mean, they had April 20th.
They did.
Despite the fact that it is now, I believe 48 of 50 states have at least medical marijuana laws on the books.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
6 in 10 Americans only 6 in 10 Americans believe that people should have the freedom to legally grow cannabis at home for their personal use, which means 4 in 10 Americans do not believe we should have that right to do it.
Yeah, lamos.
Yeah. So here in New York, it's still not legal technically to grow marijuana at your house. The state's going to give that okay, and it shouldn't be much longer based on the rules that they laid out before, but that's been clunky.
I don't know if anybody's even sticking to those rules anymore.
And what's even more interesting, both nationwide and here in the state of New York, people who believe folks should be able to legally recreationally use marijuana is also about 60%. So that means 40% of the folks who live in New York where it is recreationally legal and nationwide still don't believe it should be free to purchase to people over a certain
It's got a stigma to them.
Yeah. And nothing, by the way, that number hasn't really moved as the states are legalizing marijuana.
Yeah.
Because you're getting majority votes, but it seems based on that number, a slight majority.
Yeah, a little bit.
Because, you, Tommy, when this happened, God, it's been 3 years now that they've allowed recreational use of marijuana in New York State. You believe that things were going to start to change and we would see that number come down.
Yeah.
In 3 years, we haven't. When does that change
But it
start to
hasn't
happen?
completely, it's not completely wide open yet. You know what I mean? I thought, like, once they passed these laws, it was done. It still seems like there's still hoops to jump through.
Okay.
Right? I mean, we don't have the open dispensaries I thought we'd already have.
Well, I mean, there's 2 in Henrietta on the
Yeah, but I thought, like,
they're kind of popping up now.
I thought it would have been done.
Yeah,
It's still kind of like you still can't grow it.
Yeah.
Like, I think you got to wait till you see where it's wide, high open.
Well, and that may not happen, especially in certain places in Rochester, if like certain towns don't ever agree to make it legal to be sold there,
Yeah,
right?
Grease Gates,
but I'm saying, like, in general now, it's like the law of the land.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. See, I have the opposite take you have.
What's that?
I feel like when it is wide open, like there are going to be stories of people that make mistakes and things go wrong, like with everything, right?
Yeah.
And the news are going to jump on those stories because they know people want to hear those stories, especially the 40% that aren't into it, right? That's when you're going to start to see it swing back towards we shouldn't have this. Whenever anything new shows up and it goes wrong, those people that were on the fence all of a sudden go, you know what, we made a mistake. We went too far.
I'll tell you what, though. That's all well and good. But the money that's going to start rolling in is going to shut everybody.
Oh, it's already rolled in. It
Yeah,
hasn't,
people want that money.
but it hasn't shut them up.
But I think a lot of that, those pissed off people, nobody's going to listen to them because there's just too much coin coming in. And money rules.
Okay. Well, you say they're not going to listen to them. Grease and Gates don't have dispensaries right now.
And by the way, they know they screwed up. I don't
know, man. A lot of people in those towns. Good. Yeah, we don't want that. We don't want drugs and dancing. Are you dancing?
It is bringing a lot of business to other places. So we'll see. We'll see the effects of that soon, I would imagine.
252-WCMF, 252-9263, 420 tomorrow. More Americans, since the implementation of marijuana laws, can smoke marijuana legally ever today, then,
Look at that.
Yeah, you got it. Let's talk to Ben. He's on CMF. Hey, Ben, what's up, buddy?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good to hear from you, buddy.
So I know exactly who those 40% people are. Is people like my parents who are super conservative Christian types that are drugs are bad. It doesn't matter what it is. It's gonna mess your brain up. It's those types of people.
In their defense, you are their son.
Yeah.
That's fair. I mean, I waste my mornings calling a pretty mediocre radio show on a regular basis.
That's a terrible thing to say about Moose and Breezy. But look, Ben. Hey, listen. So just a little behind the scenes, we got a package delivered to us this morning. Ben, why did you send us 4 bags of Flaming Hot Cheetos?
Well, I figured Timmy might need some snacks for tomorrow, and I figured maybe Duffy would want something for your cheat day.
Oh, well,
cheat day snack.
That was very sweet of you, Ben.
Wow.
Thank you for the care package this morning. But you get high, Ben? You smoke weed?
Occasionally. I mean, not all the time.
All right. Because that would actually give us an excuse as to why
What's that?
Ben is a person.
Yeah.
What other thing? I couldn't afford fennel for Tommy this morning. I'm sorry, Tommy.
Great call, Ben. Hey, have a good 420 tomorrow, buddy. Thanks for the call.
I try.
man.
Have a good one,
Hang in
guys.
there, kid.
By the way, tomorrow, 420 will be a palindrome. Do you know what a palindrome is?
No.
It's when something is the same
Oh,
forwards.
they closed that thing down, didn't they?
It's when something is the same forwards and backwards. It's 420-24. So it's 420 backwards and forwards. It's the next time that'll happen will be 1,000 years from now.
Who cares?
Stoners, bro. They all
It's
care
called a
about stuff like this.
palindrome?
Palindrome. You've heard the word
Because
palindrome?
frontwards and backwards. Is
Yeah,
the
like
same?
the word. No, I can't think of an example of a palindrome.
I've never heard of this.
Dad is a palindrome.
Oh,
D-A-D,
dad,
D-A-D.
dad,
It goes
dad.
backwards, forwards. I couldn't think of a word that has 3 letters.
Like Bob.
Bob is a palindrome.
Right.
You want to just name palindromes for the rest
Well,
of the show, or you
I,
want to go back to the
just,
phones?
I've never heard that word in my life.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about 420 tomorrow, and what's funny about 420 and the celebrations that come along with it
Yeah.
is like any other holiday, even like a joke holiday, you'll see a bunch of news stories about things that are going on.
Yeah.
Kimmy, I haven't seen a single thing this week.
Oh, the news ain't touching this.
Well, no, but they did initially.
But they probably got lit
yeah.
up. Think of who watches the news. It's a bunch of me's.
But there are a bunch of yous that get high, man.
Wait, what do you?
Closet high. Closet perv, closet high. You get stoned and you watch The Weather Girl, you pervy old men. I like
Okay.
Stacey because she gives quality weather. Get Glenn Jensen off my TV.
You were saying, Kimmy?
You know who
No, I
watches
was
the
asking
news.
what
No,
you
you
were
are.
saying, and
It's
now we've
dirty old
gone
men.
Island
in a
Tommy over
direction
there.
I didn't think we
It's
would
dirty old men.
end up in.
Island Tommy. Kimmy, you were saying?
I
Forgot
wasn't
it?
saying
All
anything.
right. 252 WCMF. Let's take one more call before we move
Thought you
on.
were cool, man.
Devin's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Devin, how are you?
Hey guys, I'm a big stoner, but
No
anyway,
kidding.
I think these I think these polls are a little skewed because if you had stoners voting, they'd be a lot different. I feel.
Well,
You
Devin,
know,
it's
you
not-
can vote.
Yeah, it's not like going to like a poll and like pulling a lever. Like it's like a random. They call a sampling of people.
Oh,
Devin, you got plans for tomorrow, buddy?
yeah. I mean, it's just like any other day. Just get high. Nothing really special about
So
it.
no, that
Every
you
day
don't
it's
have plans.
420 for Devin.
Devin,
yeah,
how old are you, buddy?
26.
Okay, all right, that sounds.
Man, you're in rough shape for 26, brother.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
That's all. I
This
bring.
guy's going to be a pile of goo if he makes it my age.
Now you sound like an old man.
He's going to be a
Are
pile
you
of goo
cool
watching
or
it.
no?
No, Kimmy.
Where's the weather girl? Put the weather girl on. I want to get high, Ma.
Or your brain's gonna turn to mush.
Every time we have this conversation, Tommy starts with like, "Yeah, it's cool, man.
Yeah, I
Be laid
know.
back," and he eventually moves
Yeah.
back into old man.
Oh, bro, he's at Cheech and Chong level right now.
Got that?
You know we
Hey,
do
the
a whole
best time getting high
segment.
though is with Tommy's mom.
Yeah. Devin, thanks for the call, buddy. That's as good as stoner jokes get, man. All right. Come back. Wrap it up. Tell you what we're doing Monday next to the break room on C. That's going to be Rabbaroo.
Audio Friday Rabbaroo.
For Friday, Break Room CMF. All right, we got to get out of the way. We're super late, and I know folks are waiting for Jolene anyway because she's got your ticket in to go see Aerosmith, buddy. She got the code word. You're going to take that code word sometime between 10 and 3. When she gives it to you, go to WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets for the last ever scheduled as of now show for Aerosmith at the Key Bank Center. Best of luck.
Go get him.
We're pulling for you guys. All of you.
All he is?
Yep. And the one who wins, we were pulling for you the most. For Kimmy, who I'm sure has got a busy day of stuff planned tomorrow.
I actually forgot about it, but thanks for the reminder.
Oh, yeah. Tokey Toke time. Please. Queen Toke.
I don't know where you stand, but I feel sorry for you.
Why do you feel sorry for me?
Because you're confused.
And a hateful old man.
Yes.
For Tommy Muley, who's totally cool and laid back. Get out of my lawn! Are you doing the Tokey Toke? The pot brownies? My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you Monday morning, 6 a.m. here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF.